Hey, hello. How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the track 3 for UniCon Fall Edition. We'll give everybody a second here to drop in. I know the other main track was just ending up on the keynote. So with that, just wanted to say hi, everybody. Thanks for joining us. And over here, you can see to my left, your right, more than likely, Andrew with Vanish ID, who's going to be your moderator for the day. So Andrew, I will let you take it away.
Hey everyone, welcome to the session of Emulating Threat Actor Reconnaissance of Human Targets, and thanks for all being here. Daniel Schneider, our OSINT intelligence expert at Vanish ID, will be presenting. Daniel is a seasoned cybersecurity professional of managed services at the Vanish ID team. She specializes in protecting individuals and organizations from social engineering attacks. Prior to joining Vanish ID, she pioneered digital footprint and executive protection services at Tall Poppy as a founding security analyst, bringing expertise in OSINT investigation, threat analysis, and incident response. Danielle, go ahead and take it away.
Hey everybody, thank you for the intro, Andrew. Want to confirm that everybody is seeing the correct slides here, and I'm not sharing my mess of a desktop. So hopefully that's all good. Good, amazing. Okay. So yes, I'm with Vanish ID. We are a cybersecurity firm whose primary mission is to reduce digital exposure for companies and their employees. So like Andrew mentioned, today I'm going to be talking about threat actor recon, or at least emulating it. So how threat actors conduct that reconnaissance on human targets using the same tools and techniques that people use in the wild. So let's get into it by starting by meeting John Doe. There's a lot to know about this John Doe. He is an new engineering manager at Biopharma Industries within his first 6 months. He's 44 years old, lives in the Milwaukee area, has a husband, Blake, 2 kids, Sam and James, and loves a good day on the lake, new to running, just bought his second house, was active on old Usenet forums back in the day, and ran a custom a Linux fan blog back in the day with a custom domain until it expired and got taken over by a spammer. But despite being a really tech savvy guy, he's left a very large digital footprint, which has made him somewhat susceptible to highly targeted social engineering attacks, which can later extend to his company. So how did we get here? How did we find all this information on poor John Doe? And what can we do to protect ourselves from this happening to us? So let me tell you a little bit about who we are and why this matters. Andrew gave a bit of a background on me, but before here at Vanish ID, where I'm a senior manager on our managed services team, I was a security analyst at Tall Poppy, which is another cybersecurity organization that specialized in protecting people from online harassment. And over the years, I have personally conducted OSINT hunts and reconnaissance on hundreds of people in a defensive position, and often work one-on-one with individuals to help them reduce their digital exposure. And so for Vanish ID, we run as a managed service. So there's nothing for you to do as the practitioner or the sponsor of that program for whoever you're working with. We work in the background to reduce employees' digital footprints through data broker remediation, OSINT hunts, cybersecurity, education, and incident response. Why does it matter to do these things in 2025? I think a lot of it is somewhat self-explanatory, but we are seeing an explosion in the sophistication of social engineering attacks, especially given AI tools making it faster and more effective and easier than ever before. In addition to that, the data broker industry has grown exponentially and gotten even more complicated. Remote work is, I guess, sort of on the downswing at this point, unfortunately, but it has expanded attack surfaces and given attackers more ways to target people at work and at home. And through our work here, what we've learned is that traditional cybersecurity training isn't really enough anymore. You could have the best EDR in the world, but if a threat actor could call up your CFO and convince them to wire transfer money because they know intimate details about their personal life, your technical controls can't help you. So before we get into the fun stuff, I want to show you a bit of a disclaimer or just talk about one. This data is fake. There probably are real John Does out there. They must get a lot of spam. I'm not showing any real data here. We're not going to dox somebody or do recon and a real organization. But the tools that I'm using here are very real, though, and are what both threat actors or attackers and defenders use to conduct reconnaissance. So as you all often know, the tools for each of these operations can be similar or the same. It's really that intent and the resources behind you that make a difference between acting ethically and in defense of your organization and just harming people, which we don't do. So today we're going to step into, with that in mind, we're going to step into the mind of an attacker to understand their methodology so we can better defend against it. So here's what we're going to cover today. Like I just mentioned, we're going to step into the mind of an attacker and understand why they would target this company, how they found John Doe, and how they go about selecting specific individuals to focus on. The bulk of our time will be spent watching the actual hunt unfold. So I'll walk through real OSINT techniques and tools that attackers can use to build comprehensive dossiers on their targets. You'll see exactly how much information can be gathered and how quickly, but with an important caveat that we'll be focusing on non-technical recon here. So we're not going to be emulating scanning company networks or reading engineering blogs or looking through tech stacks to try to find technical exploitation. That's not going to be the main focus today. Of course, that is a really common and effective technique for threat actors to take when they begin any offensive operation. But today, we're largely going to be focusing on things like social media, public records, archives, things like that. We'll also talk a bit about that entire digital footprint ecosystem that makes this all possible, where all of this information comes from, and why is it so hard for individuals to protect themselves from this kind of thing. And finally, I'll just spend a few minutes talking about how Vanish ID ourselves approaches this problem and what a comprehensive solution looks like in practice. And our team is going to be hanging out in the chat here, but if you have any questions along the way, feel free to drop them there, and I'll maybe able to get to it while I'm speaking, but if not, and we'll have some time at the end, we can answer anything there. So definitely feel free to drop questions in the chat. All right, so when beginning an OSINT hunt and recon phase, we need to step into the mind of an attacker. So let's think about why they might be targeting this fictional company, Biopharma Industries, and who they might go after when they're starting their hunt. So we know that threat actors don't discriminate. They will target anyone and everyone at an organization if it'll help them get ahead. But they're also human for the most part, and they'll go for what makes sense and what'll get them the most bang for their buck. So here's how a threat actor might think about biopharma industries. What might be valuable from that type of organization? As you can guess, it is somewhere in the sphere of biotech and pharmaceuticals. And what does that mean for a threat actor? It means that they've got valuable data that a threat actor might want. So it might be as simple as deploying ransomware on that company network and hoping for a payout. But they might also want to steal intellectual property, patient data, employee data, or shut down that company's operations entirely. Biotech and pharmaceutical companies are particularly attractive targets because they often have regulation and compliance to pressures to handle with that make them more likely to pay ransoms more quickly. They handle sensitive patient data that is valuable on the dark web and in hacker forums, and they might be conducting research on competitors that nation states might want to steal. So all valuable information that would make biopharma industries a really attractive target. So if you're a threat actor and you said, okay, biopharma industries, let's see what we can find on them. How are you going to go about finding the person to start this operation by looking at? So you will probably want to try and get the most bang for your buck if you're going to get detected. So you want to go after somebody who has the most access and influence in an organization that you can manage. So that means things like leadership, IT, security, engineering. These are the people who can give you access to the systems that you want, or who can authorize payments and might make decisions under pressure. And of those people, someone with a large digital footprint will often give an attacker the most to work with when creating their narrative. Those who are new to their roles might also be attractive targets because they might be eager to impress whoever they're working with, their new bosses, their new coworkers. They might not have completed all of their required security training, and they might just not know everybody that well yet. So they get a suspicious email or call or text from somebody, and they're like, I don't know. I don't know this guy well enough to know if this is exactly how he speaks. So maybe this is actually him. So those are all things that a threat actor would look for. And when doing that, they might start by mapping out an organization. They might crawl LinkedIn to see who is a good target. And if they're particularly sophisticated, they might not actually be using LinkedIn directly to avoid leaving any digital breadcrumbs across the way or along the way, like seeing that they're going from their own account. They might be using a LinkedIn sock puppet, which are somewhat notoriously difficult to maintain. They might be looking at a third-party business contact database like ZoomInfo or RocketReach or the org, places that scrape LinkedIn themselves and other people's contacts lists for sales and outreach reasons. Those can be other places where you find that information that won't leave the same type of artifacts and forensics of sorts. But let's say that they are starting with LinkedIn just because this is the most straightforward approach for today. When looking through that organization, they'll be looking for the company structure and reporting relationships. They'll be seeing who is a manager, who is a director, who might have access to specific systems, or who might be influential. So with all of that in mind, our hypothetical attacker here might have a list of 6 or so targets to go look at based just on their roles or other information that they find by just looking at a cursory glance. So things like HR, IT, recruiting, engineering, those are all gathered from open source data on LinkedIn that could also have been found on third-party business contact databases as well. So with that list of people to look at, they might then go look at each LinkedIn profile in particular to get a sense of somebody's openness in their digital footprint. Just right off the bat, who has a detailed profile, who maybe has a unique name. That would make it a lot easier to search for them in different data repositories. Who has done speaking engagements and might be somewhat of a public figure and makes themselves accessible for people to try to reach out to them. Who is new to the company and might be trying to establish themselves professionally. So I mentioned this isn't random. Attackers are looking for specific indicators that suggest that a person might have a rich digital footprint that can be exploited. All right, so based on this criteria, our attacker narrows down to a fewer individuals, with one leading the pack. John J. Doe, engineering manager at the company. So looking at his profile, there are a few reasons why he stands out. First, his name. So obviously, John Doe is a placeholder, a common placeholder name, fake name. We're going to pretend in this fictional threat actor universe that actually John Doe is a really unique name. Almost nobody else has it. Very great stuff here that we're seeing. With that too, we have a middle initial that can really help differentiate this from all the other few John Does out there. Second is his LinkedIn headline that has his exact city, not just Wisconsin, but specifically the Milwaukee area, along with his detailed job history with previous companies and his locations there. So from this, we can see, okay, I think John J. Doe has been in Milwaukee for a long time, and that will really help us, or help this theoretical threat actor when they're trying to find information on them to narrow this down across other John Does who might have been frequent travelers. So next, looking at this profile, we can see a college education section that includes his graduation year, which can allow an attacker to presume his age. So, based on when he graduated back then. Volunteer work is also helpful. So local private elementary school here, presuming it has an actual name in this fictional universe. That is a pretty unique thing to have on someone's profile. Unlikely that somebody is just going to have this. They're just going to be really involved in a local elementary school that they don't care about or don't have any affiliation with. Of course, that's possible, but not as common. And in my experience, I typically see this for people who have kids in that school or in that school district. They want to volunteer. They might put it on their profile as well. And then finally, there is a link to on his profile to an interview where he talks about an old blog he used to run called the linuxmaster.net, an interview with Linux Fans United over there, which talks about how he got his start in engineering and the tech space. All right, so put together, there is a lot to go on here. An attacker might presume that the openness on LinkedIn here probably extends to other parts of this John Doe's life. And in my experience as well, it's rare to come across somebody who is this open on LinkedIn, but private in every other aspect of their digital life. People tend to be consistently open or consistently private across platforms, with the caveats that someone's age or other demographics or their own position within a company can make a big difference as well. Somebody who is in a C-suite is going to have usually somewhat of a LinkedIn presence, depending on how public facing they are, but they might want to keep that private life private, and they might have already had some security work done. So with that in mind, from an attacker's perspective, this John J. Doe represents a really, really good target to pursue. He's got multiple pieces of PII available online. There is specific geographic and temporal data points. We know how long he's probably been in the Milwaukee area, at least from a starting point, and that can help us narrow things down. He's referenced external resources that can be investigated, concrete resources. There's a pattern of sharing personal information across social media. He's got a high access tactical role as an engineering manager and previously as a software engineer. And he is relatively new to the company, so he might still be establishing security habits there. So with all of this in mind, an attacker would feel pretty confident that it is worth investing some time at least to do a deep dive on this John Doe that might yield information that can help them craft a highly targeted attack. All right, so let's begin some recon. We have that blog that this poor John mentioned on his LinkedIn called the linuxmaster.net. An attacker could pivot off of any one of the pieces of information on LinkedIn, but they might start with this blog in particular. They might actually be a Linux fan and be like, "That's kind of funny. Let me see what's going on here with this website registration history." So looking that up, they might start with a tool that I use called Whoozy or Huoxi. I don't know how to pronounce it. But that's one I really like. And they might find this old history here with registration going back to 2005. That for those of you who remember, automatic privacy domain protection did not always used to be a thing, or it used to be a thing that you had to pay for, and is available online in perpetuity. Once you list your registration there publicly, it is there forever. I have not heard of a case in which whose data is scrubbed after the fact, but if you have, tell me, because I would like to know about that, because that is very interesting. But in this Whois history, we see a few things like a Yahoo email address, a name, an address, and a phone number. So with just this piece of information alone, we've now got an email address and a phone number. And the odds are decent that he still has access to these, not guaranteed, but they are super valuable pieces of information for an attacker to pivot off of as well. So running that email through various repositories to see what comes up would be one of the next steps that someone might take. They might check a data breach repository called Snoospace, another one with kind of a weird name. In my work, I regularly consult several different data breach repositories for in OSINT hunts, and each have their own strengths and weaknesses. One thing I like about Snoospace compared to other ones is it returns all the results in one giant page, which can make it really helpful to just find Command F to see what you can see that might be relevant to that person. It's also really good for wildcard searching. But going back to these results, we see one from the MyFitnessPal breach from back in the day, and it includes a username, which we will file away for later or the threat actor will file away for later for other reconnaissance, as well as an IP address and a totally real password, totally real plain text password that we're going to pretend in this universe is actually really unique and personal to this John J. Doe. All right, so we've got a couple of different pieces of information now further to pivot off of. Let's run this through another OSINT tool here that's pretty popular called OSINT.industries. You might be able to run it through Epios as well. That's another option. These are reverse email lookup tools that often work through Find My Friends functionality, or sometimes the forgot password flows that allow you to link an email address to different accounts. So this one shows you a blast from the past to find a MySpace account that has a similar, another username, but not much else. So this does suggest that it might not be his main email address anymore. Typically, you will see newer accounts pop up in these reverse email tools. They don't often extend to older social media for a couple of reasons. A lot of those sites don't exist anymore. I don't think you could do a reverse email Friendster lookup, although that would be really interesting. And if you know about that, please contact me because I would love to know. But in terms of the old social media that you might find here, it's about MySpace, domains. You can sometimes find like Gaia, but those are the big ones. Tumblr, you used to have a reverse email lookup ability, but they got rid of that, which is probably for the benefit of a lot of people's cringy phases in high school. And yeah, so this is one thing that you would turn up here in this investigation that would suggest that this is probably not his main email address anymore. It doesn't have any new pieces of information tied to it, but it's still connected to a digital identity, and it's helpful to file away and maybe pivot off of. All right, so let's run this in Google Groups, which serve as a Usenet archive for at least the time being. They stopped archiving new Usenet posts a couple years ago. I don't know when they will decide to pull the plug on hosting all of this data. I hope they won't, because it is mostly just plain text. But you can still find it here if you want in Google Groups. So you can find posts here from Usenet, for those who remember, going way back to the late 80s on there. And by searching for this John Doe, we might find a post back from 2000 that talks about various technologies and applications that they might have used and advice that Joan gave. So back in these earlier days of the internet, people tended to be more open and shared things that they might not share as openly these days, like that old email address. So again, another data point saying, hey, this isn't his main email address anymore. With all this evidence in mind, that is something that indicates that it's probably not his main email address anymore, which makes it helpful to go and look at other data breach records to see what we might be able to find. So we have we're going to search on another data breach repository called Dehashed that I use at times with that searching on that plain text password that we found earlier. Dehashed is nice for searching on plain text and hashed passwords, but they actually did a pretty big update a couple of months ago or a year ago or so that made the results a lot worse in my opinion, and it's harder to search on now. So that might wind up moving out of the rotation at some point. But in doing so, here we find another email address that was totally that was in the last FM breach a while back. So we have now got 2 email addresses and a plain text password, and the knowledge that that old Yahoo is old. Then there's a new, probably newer Gmail account. With this plain text password, an attacker could already start to have the seeds planted in their mind for launching a credential stuffing attack. This Yahoo address might not be really used anymore, and we have a plain text password associated with it. That's a really powerful tool to try and do an account takeover attack. All right, so running that email address through OSINT Industries as well, we get hits on Strava and Google Maps, with Google Maps showing specific contributions for businesses in the Milwaukee area, with some really surprisingly specific info listed in reviews about his kids' ages, and the business owner helpfully confirmed that this is definitely John through his husband's name. And Strava is another confirmation point here that shows, okay, this guy really is in the Milwaukee area. We can really confirm that here. And as an aside, it's not, you might see something like this and say, are people really leaving Google Maps reviews that are this detailed and have this much PII? And the answer is yes. Yes, they are. This happens all the time. I see Google Maps reviews like this very, very often. And one thing when we meet with people one-on-one to help them with their own privacy posture, making Google Maps reviews like this private, they don't necessarily have to be deleted depending on that person's own the threats they might face, but making the profile private itself is something that Google introduced within the last couple of years. So now if somebody has your Gmail address, they can't go and as easily see all of the Google Maps reviews that you might have ever left. All right, so we've got a couple of different usernames now in the rotation, and it's time to use some username enumeration tools to see what social media profiles that we might find. These can be hit or miss and sometimes turn up false positives, as I think a lot of you who might have used these before can attest to as well, but they are still worth giving a shot to see what comes up. So here we might see John's Facebook profile. We could have maybe found this, or the threat actor could have maybe found this in a different way. They could have searched on the person's name or on John's name on Facebook, presuming that this is a unique John Doe and not the John Doe placeholder name that everybody tends to use. But in the use your imagination here to say, actually, these photos that are black boxes, they're actually really personal photos of him and his family. So with which is actually a really common occurrence as well, with an intro that includes his old job position, where he's from, that he's married, when he joined, all of that kind of stuff. We've got a lot of points, so the threat actor has a lot of points here already to try and create highly convincing social engineering attacks. All right, so the attacker has a lot of info so far, but they don't know where exactly this John J. Doe lives. You might be able to presume it. Okay, I'd say based on everything that we've seen so far, he lives in Milwaukee. I think we can say that, but it's helpful to know exactly where to help craft a social engineering attack. So they might go to a data broker to confirm this. And for some background on data brokers, they are a web of companies that buy and sell consumer data, like your home address and phone number. Been Verified is an example of one of them. They're pulling records from everywhere that you can imagine, public records, voter registration, property records, court documents, all of that kind of stuff. Bin Verify, like I mentioned, is one of the biggest data brokers today and has very comprehensive information. It gives us a detailed profile on this John Doe, along with a possible relative. So notably, it's missing a few things. Like, we don't have those personal email addresses that we found through our other, or the threat actor found through other reconnaissance, and it has a birthday, month and year. All right, so let's talk about all of the intelligence that we've gathered so far. It spans multiple email addresses, a plain text password, phone number, address, family information, hobbies, professional background, travel patterns, even more that one could have found in social media that we didn't include here. Like, if you found a Twitter profile or an old GitHub that had information about the tech stack that he likes to use, or shows that he likes, or people that he follows on there that might give you insight into his political views or orientation or anything like that. An attacker can use these to craft a social engineering attack that references these specific interests, or call him using personal information to establish credibility, or even approach him physically at locations where he's known to frequent. So you might be thinking, okay, this attacker has a lot of stuff on John Doe. What are they actually going to do with it? I talked a little bit about some of the things that they can do, but they might craft those highly personalized phishing attacks. Physical security exploitation is pretty unusual. You don't really see that very often. It extends into things that extend into the physical world tend to involve people who are more in like the crypto space, or if they have very, very specific knowledge and might be targeted by a nation state or other advanced threat actor there. But nonetheless, with all they've gathered so far, they know when this person's house might be empty. They might be at the lake with the fam, or taken other family photos. We talked a bit about credential stuffing. You've got a plain text password and 2 email addresses that have been known to use that, along with that Yahoo address that is probably no longer really in his main rotation. So passwords probably haven't been changed in a long time. They've got at least one password that we know, and personal information, and that might extend to technical exploitation as well. So I talked about a GitHub account that you might find that could include the tech stack that he uses and can be used to craft those social engineering attacks. So it is theoretically possible for someone to find this information on themselves and clean it up. How often does that happen, though, in my experience? Almost never. It is not uncommon for somebody to look through part of their Facebook profile and say, I'm just going to run through the privacy checkup real quick and do this and this and this, and then, okay, I'm good, right? No, there are way more settings to go through than just that. The nature of the internet is that much of it lives forever, or at least for a long time. Some things that you think might be deleted, like if anybody remembers Yahoo groups for back in the day and all of that interesting content, that is actually not deleted as you might think, or at least a lot of it is not deleted. A lot of it is listed in the Internet Archive as a bunch of huge zip files that you can download and open yourself if you so desire to do so. And I am waiting for somebody to make a service where you can search through, upload all of those documents and search through old Yahoo Groups archives. So if you want to develop that, contact me because I want to see it. But remember all the sources that we look through here. We had MySpace, we had Usenet, we had Whois records from 2005. These are things that are that long tail of a digital footprint that make it so difficult for somebody to clean up their presence over time. For opt-outs, for data brokers, those can be temporary. Data gets re-added, especially as somebody might have other patterns in life, or might just have things happen. Like they buy a house, they buy a car, they open a new line of credit. All of that information goes and flows to data brokers, which then use it to create new records online. New companies are launching constantly. So some data brokers might go down, they might go defunct. Other ones spring up in their stead and are grabbing fresh information to populate. In addition to new data breaches that happen all the time. So, when I think about the data breaches that have happened within the last couple of years that have provided a huge window into somebody's digital footprint, that includes things like Twitter is a really, really big one. I'm trying to think. Parler was another one that was very insightful here. And then, of course, we have the classics like Last.fm and MyFitnessPal that have usernames and plain text passwords or crackable passwords that extend to a lot of different accounts that you can use to enumerate. So, and then, of course, expanding attacker capabilities. So, there's new functionality being added all of the time that allows attackers to find old accounts that you might not know about anymore, or that you might have forgotten about 100%. So this is why we built Manage ID the way that we did. We realized pretty quickly that expecting individuals to handle all of this information themselves is like expecting people to be their own lawyer or doctor. Maybe they don't need 4 years to study, but it's just not realistic for somebody to become an expert in all of these specific minutiae of information. So we run things as a managed service. We only need employee names and work email addresses, which is one of the biggest differences between us and some other folks in this space that require employees to sign up on their own. If any of you have ever tried to get anyone to do anything ever, you know how hard it is to get anyone to do anything. So us being able to take this action on someone's behalf makes a really big difference for the coverage that you get in your organization. And we then get to work on our end with that and work to find and remove data, staying on top of what data brokers come and go, which can be complicated and changes all the time. So side note, if you want to know some deep data broker lore and how things have changed within the last 6 months, let me know, because I can go on about that for a long time. But anyway, we have built systems with that background knowledge in mind. And are constantly looking to monitor on an ongoing basis. Some data brokers are nice and say, hey, you said you wanted to opt out from this one. I will do that for 5 years. Others say, that's nice. I will see you in 3 months when I want to put this information back up. So it is a recurring problem that requires recurring effort. For those who sign up for an executive protection license, get a digital footprint hunt from us, which our OSINT analysts do, a similar but more in-depth version of some of the recon that we cover today. Getting into the mindset of an attacker, not cataloging every mention of somebody, but really focusing on where their PII might be. We put that into a report with actionable insights for people. And then after we deliver that, we work with people one-on-one to schedule intelligence or privacy briefings where we can talk about security and privacy with that person one-on-one and have a bit of a working session to get their privacy posture in a better shape. So I've talked a bit about a lot of the work that we do one-on-one to reduce risk for individuals, but I want to give you guys just a preview into some of the organization-wide view and how this looks across an entire population. We have the Vantage ID Command Center, which is what, if you were the program manager, if you rolled this out for your team, this is one of the resources that you would see. I'm actually showing you the Vantage ID team, our own company, to see the risk that we've reduced for ourselves. So we measure risk across a couple of different dimensions. Risk to be impersonated, attacked, monitored, solicited, from value to accessibility. So value, how valuable they are to a threat actor, accessibility, how much information they have online. So to give you an idea of impact, this is where we started, here in the red, orange, and then here in the green, blue is where we're at now. Getting a bit more granular, this is where we see peer benchmarking, how we compare to others in our industry and the total actions that we've taken. We convey this in a privacy preserving way. You don't want to know your employees' private data. You don't want to have it You don't want to see it. You don't want people to think that you have it. We're all trying to fight against that perpetual narrative that security and IT teams are spying on people for fun. Yeah, that's not what's happening. This is something that you could show people to say, hey, in aggregate, this is what we're seeing. We're not looking at your own personal information. And then for those high value targets, people with access like John Doe in this situation, these are some of the stats that you might see to other stakeholders or show to other stakeholders in your organization. The types of PII that we've been able to remove from people for people, like things like their relatives, their home addresses, email, etc. So could we have stopped this attacker? In a word, yes, with the caveat that a very motivated threat actor would have probably moved on to somebody else. There are parts of people's digital footprints that will never go away. Whois records, data breaches, archives, those are sticking around. But there are things that we would have turned up in this digital footprint hunt, like things listed on his LinkedIn profile, reverse email lookup results, Google Maps, Strava, username enumeration, Facebook, data broker records. These are all things that you could take action on and have a big impact. All right, so putting all that together, the full dossier would be a lot lighter and would take a threat actor much longer. So the reality check here is that both you and your teammates, your leadership might be exposed to this type of reconnaissance. Somebody could do this within just a couple of hours. Traditional security measures aren't designed to address this problem, but it is fixable. It just might require a slightly different approach. So whether you work with us on this problem or try to tackle it internally or go with somebody else, the important thing is recognizing that this is a real threat that needs real attention. Because I can guarantee you that bad guys are paying attention. All right, everybody, thank you so much for your time today. I hope that was helpful and maybe a little insightful. You might have learned something. Feel free to contact me if you got any OSINT privacy security questions. I'm always happy to talk about that with folks. And I'll turn it back to you, Andrew.
Thanks, Danielle. So we have a couple minutes until the next session starts. Danielle, if you're happy to answer one or two questions, that would be great. So I'll ask those now. Do you have any alternative tool you like to use when DHash gives poor results or no results?
Yeah, so searching on there, and I'm thinking that might refer to like plain text passwords. Snewspace has some plain text passwords that you can search on, but it's not great. This is something I'm still looking for new tools or suggestions on. I know, of course, if I had my own data breach database that I maintain myself, which would be a lot of work, I could probably just search on passwords there, but I don't have that because it is a lot of work to do. So I don't have a concrete answer for you if you're hoping to get search on plain text passwords in the future, but I think it's likely that we'll see more tools pop up there to address that space as DHash has gotten a little less effective, in my opinion.
Awesome. I think we have time for one more question. If you could recommend one thing that individuals do to protect themselves and reduce their digital footprint, what would you recommend?
Oh, that's a hard question because everybody's different. But I think if there's one thing, I'll split this into two categories. If you're over 30 and you gotta no, okay, if you're over 26 and you have a Facebook profile, because people under 26 don't really have Facebook profiles anymore. If you have one, go and do that privacy checkup, because Facebook is like the king of leaking your information, like on your cover photo, on your profile photos and posts and things like that. For people who are younger than that, running yourself through a reverse email tool is really helpful, because you might have been an early adopter of other types of social media that are likely to be listed on there, and that can help you clear up a lot of the different, the long tail of your digital footprint over time. So there's a couple things I could talk about that for a long time.
Awesome. Thanks so much. All right. Thanks, everybody, for taking the time to listen. We're going to jump on into the next session, which is a fireside chat with Vanish ID's founder, CEO Matt Polak, along with the founder and CEO of BugCrowd, Casey Ellis.
Hey.
Hey, guys.
Are we live?
Andrew.
Thanks for joining. We are live. So welcome to the Fireside Chat, Stories from the Front Lines, and thanks for all being here. Let me introduce Matt Polak, Vanish ID's founder and CEO. Matt is a seasoned intelligence expert who has spent his career helping Fortune 500 companies tackle growth and competitive strategy challenges. His experience in human intelligence inspired him to create Vanish ID, a company dedicated to protecting people from online intelligence gathering by hackers. Before founding Vanish ID, Matt founded Broad Branch Advisors, where he supported over $200 billion in successful M&A transactions across industries from cybersecurity to life sciences. Matt, go ahead and take it away, and I'll let you introduce Casey.
Awesome. Thanks, Andrew. Well, Casey, first of all, I'm jealous of your setup, man. It looks pretty sweet.
Thank you.
You look very cozy, ready to go. I like it.
Snug as a bug.
Yeah, I'm hanging out in a kind of Spartan hotel room, so it's a little less awesome than your conditions. So anyway, it's really great to see you. Thanks so much for being here.
Absolutely.
Always great to get time with you. I'd love to maybe just start out a little bit rather than sort of to formally introduce you, so we know each other a little bit for sure. Yeah. So I thought we just kind of have a little conversation here and just let folks in a little bit on, your background. Obviously, you've got a really interesting set of experiences that led you to where you are today.
Yep.
Tell us a little bit about you. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's not a New York accent we're hearing, but tell us about your.
No, and that's an astute call out. So originally from Sydney, Australia. I'm based in San Francisco, but been here now for 13 years at this point, but the accent it's kind of rolled off at this point, but it's definitely still noticeable. So that's where the funny voice part is coming from.
Oh, I love it.
But yeah, it's, thank you for having me. Like from a background standpoint, I grew up hacking stuff, got into pen testing pretty much straight out of high school, did that for about 6 years, then moved across into solution sales and architecture. And at some point along the way, like with the combination of like front of house and back of house experience, I got it in my head that I wanted to be an entrepreneur. So I broke bad and started building things. And, one thing led to another, basically, is the short version of it. And, at a point along the way, probably about 2011, I had this thought that, from a defender standpoint, like we're here tasked with this idea of being able to outsmart a creative crowd of adversaries. And we're trying to do that with, singular individuals that are being paid by the hour and whatever automation we can get our hands on. And like, no matter how good that individual or that automation is, we're going to lose because of the math, right? So there was that part of it. The other part of it is growing up as a hacker and understanding that there were a lot of people like me that, enjoy thinking like a criminal, but don't want to be one, kind of hanging around and really like looking for an invite to be able to participate in defense and like counter offense and all those different things. So those two problems together were just kind of annoying the hell out of me, which you understand from a founder standpoint. Like sure, founders get irrationally pissed off about things that they think that they can solve, and then they go off and do it.
Yeah, you get this imbalance in your brain around whatever the thing is.
And it keeps you up at night. And eventually it clicked that like, well, hang on a sec. Bugcrowd didn't invent bug bounty or vulnerable disclosure programs. Like those were prior art. But part of what was happening at the time was that, like I think it was Google, eBay, PayPal, they were starting to really talk about the success of actually engaging the security research community, and people were kind of leading in on that overall idea of crowdsourcing. So I started listening to that, and the light bulb went off at one point. It's like, what if I plug this thing into this thing and see what we can do? And now we're here. So
very cool. And obviously there's Bugcrowd's seen tremendous growth. I know you guys announced some exciting financing rounds recently, relatively recently.
Yeah. So it's definitely like, it's been an incredible ride, frankly, in terms of like the growth of the category, but then the growth of Bugcrowd as a company as well, within that and kind of leading that. We've raised $180 million to date. We're about 500 employees, a couple of thousand customers. There's probably 750,000 people signed up on the platform on the crowd side. So it's definitely sort of out of the garage in that sense. But it's been quite a ride. Yeah.
You definitely graduated from out of the garage. There's no doubt.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I think today's really, it's always good to get time with you, but I think especially for the folks that are here for UniCon, a lot of them are coming from the red teaming side of the house, purple teaming side of the house, right? So I think your background and experience, is super relevant to them, obviously, and then the work that you and the team are doing at Bugcrowd is obviously super relevant to them. And there's so many things that I want to ask you about, but and we're going to get into talking about some real life stories ripped from the headlines kind of stuff, but I'm
Sure.
really curious, maybe for the benefit of folks that are listening, if there's anything in particular that you want to highlight about things that are maybe new or exciting going on at Bug-Crowd. I mean, I know
Yeah.
a couple things we could talk about there, given that.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, in general, I think, in terms of what Bug-Crowd does, we're best known as like a bug bounty platform, which kind of annoys the heck out of me and is encouraging at the same time. I think the overall concept of like soliciting, security researcher or red teamer or just general hacker feedback, and then paying them when they find something that's valuable, like that's kind of the origin of the idea, and that's really what we're best known for and a big part of what we do. The bigger thing that we've built and that we're actually executing on is this idea of like how much of that creativity that we can access on the researcher side, how much of that can we actually appropriate into the different things that organizations need to solve specific to them, right? So it's not just a VDP or a bug bounty problem. We apply the crowd in the context of like red teaming, pen testing, some of the kind of more traditional, I guess, if you'd call it that, security service offerings. So yeah, that's a lot of what we've kind of built the whole way along. Like I like to describe the platform as like Match.com for people that break computers, because there is definitely an element of like pairing the right skills with the right target and doing all of those different things. That's kind of what we've done. But yeah, in terms of what we've been doing lately, it's been really quite a strong push into the red teaming side of things. How do we take this creativity that we've got access to and the ability that we have to deliver it and use that to do like proper adversarial emulation and actually help customers, not just find vulnerabilities, but actually understand better how attackers think. Like, to me, that's kind of a natural byproduct of everything that we do. But when, the market goes out and deliberately tries to consume that, they call it red teaming. And we've been, basically building out an offering that really focuses on that particular outcome.
Nice. Yep. And so one of the things that's cool, I think, about, there are many, but one of the things that's cool is you kind of have this two-sided platform that you're working on, right? You've got, customers on one side, and you've got the crowd on the other. And you probably have both pieces of that listening to us today, I would guess. But I'm curious, for folks that might be interested in the crowd side of this.
Yeah.
What advice might you have for them? How might they get involved? Like, what do you recommend to folks that are interested in that?
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of getting involved, it's literally go to bugcrowd.com, click on the researcher or the crowd links there. I actually don't. I should have like a link that I can just roll off my tongue, and I don't right now. But if you go to bugcrowd.com, you'll find it pretty quickly. You can sign up there and look at the different programs that are open, start to figure out what you want to participate in. We do some other stuff. We've got a thing called Bug-Crowd University, which is basically like educational content, and another piece called Level Up X, which actually started life as a virtual conference back in 2017 or so, before COVID made virtual conferences like more of a standard thing than a novel thing at that point. But yeah, the whole idea of like creating, like a big part of our mission is to make sure that we're always trying to educate hackers and kind of, wherever you are on the spectrum, like folks that are super elite, if they want to learn something different to what they already know, we try to create content for that. And then, newbies that come in that don't really know much, but know that they want to get into this space. They've got like the magic eye and, the drive and the motivation to do all that stuff. We try to create things for them as well. So those would be, the tips in terms of how to get involved with us. I think just in general, I've been really, I don't want to kind of invoke buzzword bingo too much here, but you did ask, what's coming. I do think that this whole kind of relationship between offensive security and AI is really important for folk that are trying to do security research to at least get their head around, right? Like I think there's kind of a new generation that's coming into that's native to it, and they're just going to do it anyway. But for those of us who've been around for a while and might have a bit of a curmudgeon vibe towards new technology, because that's, there is a lot of hype and there's a lot of BS, but in reality, like that kind of shift in how we consume, deploy, and use technology, like is eventually going to affect everything. So being in a position where you're at least conversant with that and trying to incorporate that into how you think about attack, in terms of how you think about, what the bad guys are up to, all those different things, I think that's a really important skill to at least start getting into for pretty much everyone.
Look, I totally agree. And we see it a lot on our side, right? So, we're thinking a lot about digital footprint, a lot about exposure of executives, key employees, folks in the workforce.
Yeah.
And, those LLMs, choose your poison, right? All they're doing is hoovering up tons and tons of data and getting better and better at it, right? And then, on one side, you've got the simple scenario where it helps to rewrite maybe a phishing email or something like that to make it sound less broken English, and then on the other side, you've got things like, code generation and things like that, where you can design kind of packages and all kinds of stuff pretty quickly without really a lot of technical skill.
Yeah, I think that's like from a defender standpoint, like that was the thing that kind of switched me on. Like Bugcrowd's been working with the foundational models since 2022. We've been working on like offensive machine learning and kind of AI type work since probably 2018 or so. But since this sort of like dropping of the idea of generative AI on like the entire internet that kind of happened when ChatGPT showed up, the first thing that kind of became obvious to me at that point in time was like, this is democratizing access to incredible capability and power. Sure. And what that does from a defender standpoint is it changes the idea of like who you're actually trying to defend against, right? Like there's skills and capabilities accessible to a far broader variety of attackers than there used to be. And I think historically, like we could expect, kind of predict the behavior of a nation state or a cyber criminal, someone who's financially motivated based on the outcomes that they want. Like at this point in time, like the you must be this tall to ride kind of factor is dropping pretty quickly. And that introduces an element of chaos to the potential threat actors that we're dealing with on the defender side in a way that I don't necessarily feel like we're super prepared for as an internet. So that's kind of a phenomena that keeps me up at night a little bit. But in terms of the red teamers and the defenders, everyone who's kind of listening to this and kind of thinking about what the consequence of that is and where it goes from here, just think back to like when Metasploit first dropped, right? Like we went from hand coding exploits to all of a sudden we've got a framework that does it for us. Like there's an increase in efficiency and there's a decrease in like the kind of cost to ride the roller coaster at that point in time. I think this is a more dramatic version of the same thing.
Yeah. Look, and it's happening on both sides too, right? We're seeing a lot of tools being developed, for defenders trying to improve automation and make decisions agentically, all these kinds of things, which I think are good and helpful, right? And then you've got the classic kind of asymmetry challenge that everybody's always dealing with in security around, they only have to be right once, right? That way of thinking.
Yeah. I mean, the way that I've been framing that up is that, I think traditionally there's been this sort of cycle time between defender innovation and attacker innovation. We all get access to automation. Like the defenders are the ones that kind of lead the conversation because they're like, we exist because they do. So I've always kind of viewed them as the cutting edge of innovation on that side of things. When we make life hard for them, it's their job to innovate past that and come up with something new. And that's just sort of how crime and offenses and defenses work since like well before the internet, right? Where I see kind of AI and some of the new kind of accessibility advances in automation is that like we've relied on a cycle time between that like attacker innovation and defender innovation. And like there's an OODA loop there that continues to get smaller as we go along. So like I think that's a really important thing to think about for folks that are doing red team, like doing kind of storytelling and trying to inform customers of what the threat actually looks like and what they're going to have to think about. So I do think some of the traditional economics and kind of cycle times that we've relied on in the past are, going to go out the window at some point in the not too distant future.
Yeah. I mean, the idea that we'll have, a year or more of innovation time or, cycle time, as you put it, right? Like it's those are compressing very rapidly.
It's getting shorter. Yep. 100%.
For sure.
Yeah.
You threw out storytelling. So I thought maybe I might just like pick up that thread and dive down that rabbit hole a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
And maybe just start by sharing a real story from my personal experience that involves you. So we had dinner together, whatever it was last summer or something like that. came to the house. We were hanging out, having a
Oh
good
yeah.
time.
Yep.
And have some kids. The kids were there, and we were talking about your background, and my son was like, "Wait, you're a hacker? What's going on here?" Right? He got really interested in it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, he was like, "I bet you can't hack into my iPad." And for those listening, Casey figured out how to hack into his iPad in like 1 minute, right? And so it was epic. It was great. You saw his eyes like bulge out of his head. It was really entertaining. So I don't know, what was going through your mind when we sat down and you kind of. But if you want to just rewind that one a little bit, I never got to ask you, how did you do that? What was going on? How did you think about it?
Yeah. So I do. It's funny. It's a very vivid and very sudden memory. And it's a fun thing too, because why did I do that? It's the same reason. There was a period of time for the first couple of years of Bugcrowd where we literally made every employee go to DEF CON. And part of employee onboarding was teaching folk how to pick locks. And that second part, I think, was the same thing I was trying to, aside from just showing off and having some fun and being the cool guy over for dinner or whatever, trying to demonstrate for your son, when you see this stuff happen in real life, it hits you different. And I think if you can actually be a part of participating in creating that effect, then that hits you different as well. So what we do with new employees is teach them how to pick locks. And it didn't matter, security, engineering, G&A, sales, marketing, all of it. The part that we wanted to get to was that bit where the lock goes pop, right? Because to me, so many things click for people when they hit that point. It's oh my God, there's that dopamine rush, oh, I solved it. This is awesome. Hacking's kind of cool. I want to get into this, all that kind of stuff that goes on. But then, pretty quickly after that, it's oh, this thing's actually securing my house and my car. Do you know what I mean? This is oh, wow. Okay. This is why we're here, because this is actually really difficult to do well. And if you know the right things, it's actually fairly trivial to exploit. Okay, I want to be a part of that fight. I want to actually jump into that and try to, make the internet or make, the world a safer place. So it was it was kind of a version of that with your son, the whole idea of okay, you've got an iPad. I think I was either looking at the fingerprint marks on the screen.
If I had to guess, that's what it probably.
Yeah, it was either that, or I kind of watched him do it out of the side of my eye and saw a pattern and just kind of replicated that. Which it was
epic. He still talks about it.
That's cool.
He's remember that time when?
No, it was fun. And for him, it's oh, okay, I need to choose. This is why, not having whatever it was. From memory, it was a fairly straightforward password as well. So there was probably a little bit of guesswork involved. Yeah. But this is why you don't do that.
Right.
Because someone like me can come along and just open your iPad when you think that we can't. And if you've got stuff on there that you don't want someone like me, but the bad version to see, then this is how you prevent that. Right. So all those things kind of happen in that moment.
Yeah. Well, it was great. It was very entertaining to watch. Right. Because of course I was pretty sure that you were going to crack it, and he thought it was impossible, right? So it was this. It was very entertaining.
Well, that's the other part that's really fun about doing offensive stuff as well, is that everyone thinks they're fine. Do you know what I mean? So that moment where it's oh shit, okay, that was really easy for you. I didn't think it would be that easy. Now I need to kind of reframe the way that I think about what I'm doing to defend myself, and getting people to a point where you've got this intrinsic drive to at least think through how to do security better. I think if you can achieve that as a baseline, again, to the audience as practitioners, to me, that's the goal. Because no one's ever going to be an expert in the way that we are, because we're super nerdy on this stuff, and we can't expect other people to do the same thing. But what we can make them do is at least have that thought in the back of their head as they're making decisions, right? To me, that's the main goal.
Yeah. Well, so, I mean, just sort of picking up on that thread, right? I think that you're right. People think this is never going to happen to them, for sure.
Yeah.
And also the other side of this too is actually storytelling about these things that have happened. People know and others can actually, I think it can be one of the most powerful tools for folks that are trying to help educate leaders, folks that work in security, family, it doesn't matter, right? It's just because those stories can help to really translate. And so, I'll share just one, that's a real example, kind of ripped from my own experience. You may have heard the story. I don't know. I can't remember if I shared it or not, but a friend of mine runs a security company, and they had an incident that involved some ransomware, and the CEO's tough nut, not going to pay the ransom, not going to happen. Well, he shouldn't,
Yep.
And so, he tells the attackers, pound sand, I'm not paying this thing, whatever. And so this is before we were working with them. And now they're a customer. But what happened was the threat actors got pretty agitated, which, that tends to happen when they don't get what they want. And so what they did is they actually figured out where his kids went to school.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And they started calling and emailing the school administrators, the teachers, trying to, basically leverage the CEO to get him to pay the ransom, right? By harassing them, telling them they were going to bomb the school, all kinds of crazy stuff, right?
Yeah.
And so, just in the sphere of like, this would never happen to me, like, I assure you that he never thought that, that this would happen to him, right? And like in that way where it's, they hunted down his family and so on and so forth. So, I mean, that one to me is like kind of like it's a pretty wild one.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, look, it's like the personal protection component, especially for executives, it's easy not to think about until it happens. And then all of a sudden you've got to, like, to me, the best thing around that type of kind of threat model or that kind of risk is to be in a position where you're starting to get like proactive about it. Getting to a point where you're paranoid and kind of paralyzed by it, I think is counterproductive, because at the end of the day, it's almost like the bad guys win. Like, we don't pay terrorists, like that whole kind of principle, right? But at the same time, like, it is a real thing. Like it's been interesting over the years with BugCrowd, because there's two things kind of going on, like, well, three. One is that like we're a really noisy company, and that's kind of by design, right? Because part of our job is to evangelize the role of the hacker as a strategic asset and someone who's actually helpful, not just harmful. And like, that's a marketing problem, right? But then like we're messing with bad guys, like, for real, and making their life more difficult.
Yep.
And then we're also trying to basically corral this community of like incredibly, brilliant, but very diverse and, sometimes volatile, like often like neurodivergent, like all those different things that we love about the hacker community. And, part of our job is to kind of wrangle that into order and make it useful, right? So like, it gets bumpy. And the idea of, people not agreeing with decisions, like not agreeing with directions, all those different things, and then, making threats as a result of that. Like, I've not been personally in a position where there's been kind of an extortion or a ransom type of scenario like that. But the idea of someone getting really annoyed and making threats, like that's a thing that started, pretty soon after we kind of launched as a business. So yeah, this idea of, as an executive, as someone who's in security, no matter kind of how public your profile is or how kind of large or small you feel the thing is that you're doing, like this idea that like, yeah, we're tickling the tail of the dragon here, kind of as a job, and thinking about, the consequences of that and what you need to do to make sure that you're keeping yourself and your family safe.
For sure.
I think that's a really important thing to think through.
Yeah, it's tricky. It's a tricky thing to manage, right?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
It definitely is. Because going back to what I said, like, you don't want to be, fear is like, you've got to manage fear. But if, your response to hearing a story like that is, oh my God, I'm terrified, I'm not going to do anything, then that's, to me, the wrong solution, right? Because we're here to make a difference. We're here to mess with stuff and change things and do all that kind of stuff. And you can't do that if you're paralyzed. So like somewhere between that and like doing nothing and ending up in a bad situation, I think that's where, the answer lies. It's just, up to everyone really to kind of figure out what it means for them.
Well, I think everybody has a different risk tolerance for this stuff too.
Yeah, I agree. Fully agree.
Yeah. Well, I can imagine, I mean, I've got a couple more stories that I'm happy to share, but I can imagine you might also have some stories. So I'm happy to share. You can share like.
No, you go for it. Go for it. I'll jump off the keys.
Yeah. I mean, another one that is, it's kind of a wild one, right? Is, gonna no names here to protect the innocent. But there's a number of cases that I'm aware of where this has happened. But so insert any company really here that hasn't really thought about this problem ahead of time. To your point earlier, it's like it will never happen to me. But the situation goes something like this: large company, executive team was targeted, but not in a way that you might think. So what happened was the threat actors had identified them as being very high net worth individuals.
Right.
They had done some reconnaissance around the organization to figure out who their different providers were. And they decided that what they wanted to do was to go after the 401k accounts of the executives. And so what they did was they did all the recon that they would do on an individual. So anybody who had listened to Danielle's session before this, talking about recon on individuals, looking at things like data brokers, dark web, to find a lot of PII. So what they did is they got enough for the executive team to be able to call into the 401k provider and impersonate the executives.
Right.
And the scam went something like this: hey, I'm retiring, or I'm changing jobs or something like that, and I want to have a check mailed out I want to liquidate my account and have a check mailed out so that I can show my spouse or partner, look how much money I saved for retirement, whatever. Like that was how it went, right?
Right.
And of course, the 401k provider had some protections in place. Their whole thing was, well, we're only going to mail the check to the address that we have on file. And the threat actor, of course, knew this already. And they said, that's great. I'm so glad you have these protections in place. We'll keep an eye out for the check, right? So 401k company drops the check in the mail. Little did the 401k company know that the attacker had already been to the post office to change the forwarding address
Oh, wow.
to somewhere else.
Yeah, right.
And these guys made off with millions.
Yeah.
And it took obviously a huge amount of investigation that followed all of that kind of stuff, as you would imagine. But it's one of those things where, to your point, it'll never happen to me. And a lot of personal data used to go after these folks. So totally. I think like with, on the war story side of things, and kind of harking back to that, one of my favorite bug chains that I can talk about that I've seen kind of discovered in a bug crowd context was at an automotive, like a car hacking event that we put on in 2018, I think it was. And it was really cool, like seeing all these different, these kind of different skill sets, kind of self-organized, like someone knew cloud, someone knew radio, someone knew like, what's the OS, the BlackBerry operating system that runs on cars, like QNX. All these different kind of components that you've got to have, like they all go fairly deep. So everyone's got kind of a depth in a particular area, and they start to kind of come together to get a chain done. And the best kind of bug that came out of that particular event was basically CAN bus injection through, I think it was either the LiDAR or the radar on the front of the car, right? Which is wild. Insane when you think about like everything that's going on there. But kind of going to your point, right? Like the LiDAR wouldn't have been considered, like cars are a whole, especially at that point in time, like one of the things that happened there was that, the traditional kind of network security model of a vehicle was that if you're inside the car, you're trusted, and if you're outside, you aren't, right? But then, when people started to put like internet connected head units inside the vehicle, all of a sudden that boundary breaks down. You start to kind of reveal, the security and trust deficiencies of the internal like network of the car, right? This was another example of that, because there was an input that could come in from the outside that just kind of wasn't thought through on the design side of things. And this was possible. I mean, some of the stuff, you can send an EOL command to the airbag through the CAN bus, which will detonate the airbag, and that's a thing that is there by design, but because that was implemented before this idea of like CAN bus security started to kick in, like all of a sudden you can do that from outside the car. So kind of going back to what you were saying with like the pretexting and all of the OSINT information gathering to kind of understand that attack surface for the individual. This is sort of that same principle applied to finding a bug in a car, if that makes sense. Like there's all of these different things that you just, there's so much more that constitutes attack surface for any given target
than I think people think through, because like our motivation as product designers, as humans, as 401k holders, like whatever it might be, is just to do the thing. Like we're not thinking through all of the things that could possibly go wrong. We're just trying to get the thing done, right? So there's this sort of inversion of thought that kicks in.
For efficiency, right? Or for ease of use or whatever, right? Like they're not thinking about, well, what if somebody wanted to do something bad?
Yeah, like you don't put bars, you don't go to the effort and the inconvenience and the expense of putting bars on the windows of your home unless you realize you live in a bad neighborhood.
Right.
Because like, why would you? Like you just want to open the window and let the sun in. Like that's the purpose of a window. So there's this element of like, well, hang on a sec, am I in a bad neighborhood or not? Like there's a marketing and an awareness component to that. And I think as well, you know, what is my attack surface? Like what are the areas where people can get in that I haven't thought through, because that's just not what I do. Like I make the thing work.
Right. Sure. Yeah. Well, and I think if you're in the automotive sector, right, or if you're building power plants, or if you're in a hospital environment, right, there's all these different types of things, and every one of them. I mean, I know something we've talked a lot about in the past too is human intelligence, right? Sort of this idea of, you know, like applying human intelligence, whether you think about that through the lens of the crowd and the power of the crowd, or an individual in the crowd, or whatever. Each of these situations is so unique that that's a place where that becomes like super interesting, right? Just as a problem set, because humans are, I mean, we're very innovative. That's the thing.
Yeah, we're very innovative. We're very creative. We're, you know, like when I talk about vulnerabilities, like the other thing that's really interesting about, you know, the bug crowd thing just in general, and you probably experience the same thing, is that we're kind of in the news of like calling people's babies ugly. And like that's, you know, that's a part of what we're doing, but there's a delicate kind of nature to doing that. So I've thought a lot about like, why do vulnerabilities exist in the first place? Like, why do these mistakes happen to begin with? It's not because people are stupid, right? It's because we're creative and we're powerful and we're awesome as humans, but we're also imperfect. And we don't have like complete kind of risk, you know, thinking. We don't have complete kind of design thinking. If you take those ideas and then take a computer whose job is to magnify and amplify whatever's fed to it, you scale that imperfection. You scale the awesome at the same time, but you also scale the imperfection. So like this whole idea of like, you know, this actually matters. It's not because, you know, it's not kind of a fault or a blame thing. It's just a function of humans doing what we do. And, you know, needing that counterpoint, needing that kind of, you know, opposite thinking, like the hacker mindset, the difference of opinion, like the red team kind of brain to come in and say, hey, here's some of the stuff that you might have missed. Like you might want to look at that, right?
Yeah, there's no substitute for it, right? I mean, just you know what you know, and there's no way around that.
And it's completely fine. Like I think if you're repeating the same mistake over and over again, or doing it, you know, willingly, then that's a different conversation. But in terms of, you know, kind of how we kind of end up here, I think most of the time in the first place, like that's really what it comes down to. So like getting people onto that page, like vulnerabilities happen whether you want them to or not. That's just physics at this point in time. So like acknowledge that, then figure out what you're going to do about understanding where your risk might be in ways that you haven't thought about before, and then prioritize what you're going to do about that. That to me is just a very natural part of being a human, especially someone who's building stuff or wanting to build stuff or wanting to scale their own output. But, you know, oftentimes that's the hardest part of the conversation because people feel like you're kind of calling them out.
Sure. Yeah. Well, I mean, look, I think, you know, there are many ways in which this problem develops and lives in a technical sense, right? Sort of maybe the example of the car is a good one. And then on the other side of this, in a human sense too, you know, I think a lot of what we see is that somebody might be very locked down individually. You know, they've taken the steps. They care about this, right? It's like, I thought about this. Nobody's going to figure out, you know, who I am or what I'm doing or whatever. But then they don't realize, like, well, I have this family unit that's connected to me, or I have this close inner circle that's in my orbit. And maybe they haven't been as thoughtful, right? And so, you know, that's part of, you know, it's a different part of the kind of a problem, but it's very related, right? It's sort of, you get myopic around these things.
Yeah. And I think the funnest part, because I've been through that, I think COVID was a really interesting kind of moment where it's like, well, wait a sec, now my 5-year-old is a part of my corporate attack surface. And like in reality, they always kind of were, but
COVID, you really know it, right?
Now you know it because like they're sitting across
Screaming in the next room while you're trying
yeah, exactly. While you're trying to work from home. So like that whole thing happened. I think the thing for me that was really interesting, because I started to implement this kind of stuff a ways before that because of just the mindset that I kind of bring into this to begin with, right?
Sure.
But the experience of like trying to talk to my family and help them understand that like, yeah, we're going to be on a different network, and like the stuff I'm doing for work, you're not going to be able to access that, and we're going to have to talk about like how we use the home network here, like all those different things. Because ultimately, like I can't and don't want to trust you to take responsibility for security in the way that I would. I want to help you get better at that, but I don't want to put that load on you. So therefore I need to actually separate from that. Like that's a really kind of interesting set of conversations to have, because what I'm not saying is like, I don't trust you guys, you all suck, like get out of here. It's more of a here's a particular thing that I need as an executive with a family that all sits on the same network or in the same house. Here's what I'm going to need to keep the business safe, keep myself safe, keep you guys safe. So like, ultimately I'm kind of reducing targeting against them at the same time in the process of doing that. But like getting them to the point where they get that was a fun journey.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of corollaries there to me too for, my own family, of course, but like also thinking about.
And their iPads, right?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. But also thinking about, kind of like a corporate family, right? In a way, because I think that a lot of the issues that get created inside an organization are because an employee, an individual, is left to make a security decision for the organization that like, they probably didn't need to make, they could have avoided, should have never landed in their inbox in the first place kind of thing.
Yep.
And so much in the same way you were thinking, you didn't say this, but sort of what I heard was thinking about kind of like system design a little bit, just sort of like how's our system, in this case, your home network or your family dynamic, designed in a way to remove the need for them to make a decision that could be wrong.
Like maximize resilience, like be as kind of anti-fragile as possible. And obviously there's like outer limits to that, but that whole idea of, you said it right. Like the whole idea of, you shouldn't, like, it's actually, as kind of the security leader here, it's irresponsible of me to put that burden onto my family. Like that's actually a me thing, right? So it's not so much about them or how good or bad they are. It's like, no, this is a system level problem that like I need to solve. And you kind of take it forward from there.
Right? You understand the problem. You know more than they know, right? You've got more. So
in this particular area, 100%. And I think the same thing applies corporately. It applies, like, to me, this is just sort of a general life principle in a lot of ways, but it definitely applies in the corporate kind of space as well as at home. Yeah.
I think we just have a couple minutes left. So, I just want to circle back around and just, I think we hit a bunch of really interesting things in our conversation today about you, about Bug Crowd, about, a couple war stories. I'm curious if there's anything that we didn't get a chance to highlight that you think is like maybe around the corner for, for the organization that you want to talk about. For this group, just anything that you want to get out there, just feel free to, just take the mic.
Yeah, look, I mean, on the Bug Crowd side of things, I think, we talked about red teaming, we talked about opportunities for people to join and participate on the crowd side. I think, the other side of it is for folk that are thinking about, running a vulnerability disclosure or a bug bounty program, or looking at ways to kind of increase the effectiveness of their red team or their pen test. Like that's what we do. So, that's like the 30-second pitch at the back of the conversation here.
Of course.
I think the other thing for folk, the piece I haven't really talked about a lot, but the other kind of parallel journey with Bug Crowd has been very focused on kind of policy influence and trying to really create a safer environment for hackers that operate in good faith, right? It was the 30-year anniversary of Hackers the movie, I think yesterday or the day before. And I remember sitting in a room with a bunch of folk my age in Sydney probably 5 years ago, and like watching them kind of almost tear up, because it's like, okay, this is a movie that actually kind of showed, like, kitsch as it is, all those different things, but the whole idea of the experience of the hacker in that season, it like impacted them, and still does today, which I thought was kind of cool. But this idea of coming into 2025 with a history of basically being seen as the default bad guy, and actually needing to prove the fact that we're here to help and that we're actually a strategic asset, from a security standpoint. Done a lot of work through like Disclose.io, through like Department of Justice and Capitol Hill, all those different things to try to create laws that reflect that. The one thing I'd call out to this group is like that job is not over yet.
Oh, yeah, not at all.
At all.
Or helping.
We've made a ton of progress over the past 13 years, but we're not done by any stretch of the imagination. So, for folks that get kind of riled up by that, the biggest thing would be to understand what's happening in your state. And then to, understand like where there could be changes made to laws or things that are coming down the hill that might adversely affect your ability to actually operate as a hacker. Get ahead of that and talk to your local representative. Because there's been a lot of good work done at the federal level, but there's 50 states in the US and they all think different things. So that's probably the next mission here.
That's a good call out. I know Bryson's been super involved in like Hack the Capitol as well and things like that, right? So are there any particular, everyone that's listening to this is well versed in how to, do a Google search, but like, are there any particular resources that you would say like, hey, check out this thing in particular, that thing in particular, associations maybe, or things like that?
A couple that I'd call out, like obviously like Bugcrowd does a lot around this, like Disclose.io is the not-for-profit that I co-founded to kind of go after this problem. So checking that out is good. There's a lot of resources there and a lot of things that can just help hackers do their thing. Outside of that, there's Hack the Capitol, there's Hackers on the Hill, which is basically a kind of annual kind of meetup between technologists and policymakers in Washington. That's just started to pop up in the UK as well. I think there's a version of it happening in Canada too. So jumping on and Googling, but hopefully that gives folks some directions to Google in.
Those are, I think those are all great suggestions. And you're right. I think there's running in parallel to all the things that we've just talked about, right, is an enormous set of policy considerations that are happening all the time, both around hacking in our world on the Vanish ID side, right? Touching on privacy, things like, there was a lot of work done over the last year on this actually as well. So, but yes, there's no shortage of need for people that know the problem space, that have subject matter expertise.
And probably the thing to call out there is that like policymakers, the fun part about Hackers on the Hill is the reaction that hackers have to how much the policymakers actually want to hear from us. Like I think we just tend to assume that we're in our own little like techno world and they're up there on the hill doing their thing. They actually really want to hear from us. They really want our input. And like, we're not policy experts in the way that they are, but they're not technologists in the way that we are. So there is definitely an open invite and an opportunity to do that. And I think, if the thought that like, oh, no one's ever going to listen to me is the thing that's holding anyone in the audience back from getting involved in this stuff, like forget about that. It's not true.
Awesome. Well, listen, it's always so good to get time with you, my friend.
Likewise, man. Likewise.
Thanks for hopping on, running through a wide range of stuff. And my goal was just to get to spend time with you. So this turned out to be great for me.
Yeah. Likewise, man.
I know that probably Andrew will be back in a minute or two to tee up the next session here. But we'll wish you a lovely day and look forward to seeing you soon.
Likewise, sir. Cheers. Appreciate it.
Thanks,
man, Casey, for taking the time to share your stories. It's been fun to able to hear some of the security stories from an expert's point of view. Now we'll be jumping into a sweepstake to raffle off some prizes for those that commented. We only had a few comments, so let me share my screen here and we'll spin the wheel for a $25 gift card. We'll go ahead and share my screen and we're going to spin the wheel here. All right, Alan Murphy, you have won a $25 Amazon gift card. If you can reach out to us at hello@vanishid.com, we will get that shipped over to you or emailed over to you. Thanks, everyone, for taking the time to listen to the Vanish ID presentations. If you guys have any questions, feel free to reach out. Otherwise, enjoy the rest of the presentations throughout the day with UniCon.
So here we go. Coming up next, we will have a demo from our friends over at Zona. We are going to have a Rourke Pollock and a Gabe Diaz showing us what all they're up to.
Trey, right now we're missing one speaker.
Here he is.
There he is. Brilliant timing. All right.
But I will let you guys have at it.
All right, we'll kick it off. So I'm pleased today to introduce Gabe Diaz. He's a senior solutions architect at Zona, where he works with customers around the globe to design and deploy secure access for critical infrastructure environments. Gabe, since we've got such a short time, I'll turn it over to you for the demo.
Thanks, Rourke. Appreciate it. Hello, everyone. Gabe Diaz again, as Rourke mentioned. Let's jump into the demo. I know that we're short on time here, so apologies that I kind of came in a little bit late here and using a new system to share. So give me 1 second here while I figure out what to do. And I think I got it. All right. I believe you guys can see my two screens here. So I'm going to show you guys two different views. My left-hand side window is going to be an administrator pane. And then the user here on the right-hand side is going to be your, let's just say, less privileged third-party vendor type of scenario. So I'm going to type in my password in here. User is just going to open up a browser here. I love using Chrome. It just works better for my particular type of setup. It doesn't matter the browser that you choose to use. The URL, that is very important. So essentially how you route users to our platform is completely up to the client at the end of the day, or how we want to route users to this specific URL. A lot of our clients like to leverage edge solutions like reverse proxies or VPN tunnels. I've seen Citrix environments that we've leveraged in the past, or even identity provider portals to essentially route users to these specific locations. Either way, whatever choice is up you guys want to use, we can support. So user's going to log in. I'm leveraging my Entra ID here. I log in on a daily basis. If this was my first time logging in, we just inherit the two-factor authentication mechanism that is being supported by your identity provider. In this case, Entra ID, I would have got a push notification on my phone, would have to validate a number per se, maybe my thumbprint, and then I gain access to the platform. The user here, it's a local user that I created on my platform. And again, I can enforce two-factor authentication for these specific users. I have two options here, either a TOTP device, which is all of your authenticators that provide a QR code, time-based one-time password, right? So I could use Microsoft Authenticator, Google, whatever I choose. I can also use hardware tokens. In this particular use case, I have Talis E token here. Anything that's FIDO2 compliant, I can leverage, right? So think about the use case for your particular site. What would you like to leverage? And we can support that as long as it's FIDO2 or TOTP based. As we can see here, dashboards look very similar from either a user as well as an administrator perspective. It's not by design, right? It's designed for OT environments. So it's designed so we can give this box to a specific OT technician. They can administrate, they can configure it, they can deploy it, they can create users, they can create connections, and then dictate what user can see when they're connected. The dashboard itself is designed so a user can log in, get to work, and then get out. So the last connections that they've initiated on our box are going to pop up here. I'm going to do something really quickly, is just change the view, the toggle mode here. So I like to use a light mode for my user and then a dark mode for my administrator, just personal preference. So I'm going to come back into my connections tab here, and that's typically where most users live, is in the connection management screen. And as you can see from an administrative standpoint, I have access to multiple pieces of equipment here, 30 plus. This user, less privileged user, I don't want him to have access to everything. I just need him to have access to specific pieces of equipment. And some of those pieces of equipment are a little bit more sensitive, maybe more critical in nature. So I want to dictate that. I want to put another piece or another level of control on these specific types of equipment. So if I take a look at this engineering workstation, which as the administrator, I have access to, it's the exact same workstation. I can connect to that asset pretty quickly, right? This user has to request access. This falls into our just-in-time approval request. So user is going to request access to this piece of equipment. We can enter a comment here. I can even validate a ticket if I wanted to. So we can integrate with ticketing systems like a ServiceNow, essentially associate this particular comment with that ticket, or just place a comment in there. Maybe somebody approved it. Maybe Rourke approved it for me. So I'm going to go ahead and place that in that request. As the administrator, I'm going to get this notification. I open this up in another tab here. That is kind of the benefit of our platform, is that we have breadcrumbs, so we can essentially have multiple screens open at the same time. That's going to be beneficial from a user standpoint. So I'm going to be able to open up multiple pieces of equipment at the same time to do multiple jobs. All right. I got the notification here. This notification is very, very powerful for OT environments. One, it can help us validate another level of approval for the user. So I can pick up the phone and quickly call this user, validate that they are the people entering the asset at that specific time. Number two, it could also help validate change windows, right? Especially in OT environments. If there's no downtime available for this specific type of equipment, maybe we don't want this user entering. So again, another piece of validation. And then lastly, for OT environments, we need to make sure it's safe for this user, this remote user, to enter the piece of equipment. We have technicians on site. We have users on site. We don't want to injure or hurt anybody that's on site. So this is another validation to make sure that it's safe for this user to enter this piece of equipment and start doing work. Either way, I can either approve or deny the user's request. I can see the description here and then approve the user's request. I'm going to go to request access to all of these pieces of equipment. I'm not going to put a comment in here just for the sake of time. I know that we're short on time, but all of these requests come through. I can even tie these requests to a SMTP server. So I don't have to be on my dashboard here. I can get them through my email and then approve them on the fly via email, or deny on the fly via email. Our platform is also very mobile friendly. So if I had a tablet, essentially it doesn't matter the screen size. I can essentially dictate from my mobile device, log into the dashboard, and then approve these requests as I see fit. Again, as this user, now I've got notified that I can connect to all of these pieces of equipment at the same time. I'm going to go ahead and do so. So I'm going to connect to all of these pieces of equipment. I'm opening them up in multiple tabs here, as you guys can see. Some of these connections aren't going to open up, and that's by design. So this SCL switch here that I have connected to, I actually approved it on accident. And as you guys can see, I approved it. And I made a mistake as an administrator. I gave access to an asset that I didn't know was tied to a window of opportunity. So time-based access controls are going to save me here from an administrative point of view. So if an asset is connected to a time-based window, essentially we're going to enforce that window of opportunity, right? So if this user tries to come in and connect to an asset that is only available between the hours of 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. and only through the weekend, we're going to enforce that. And that's specifically what's happening here. So this user, even though as an administrator approved their session, time-based access control is now kicking in, and we are enforcing that. So this user cannot connect to that piece of equipment, right? All of the other sessions connected, opened up. I have a couple of different assets here. So I think my engineering workstation did not open up. Let me try to connect to it one more time. I might have kicked somebody off on accident, or there might be another user connected to it. So I'm going to go ahead and ask this user to move out of here in my demo environment. We'll give it a couple of seconds, and now I got connected to it. As you guys noticed there, when I connected to that piece of equipment, didn't have to enter a username and password. So if I go into the details of this engineering workstation, which I was going to, I can see the details. This user couldn't click on the details here. So if I click on this, I'm not getting anything. I can obviously see the username, the connection name, the IP address that it's connecting to. Can obviously use a host name if we have DNS here, but also the authentication mechanism. So we vaulted the credentials in here, and I'm leveraging a shared credential. A lot of our environments, they want to get away from using shared credentials, but OEM providers are kind of hamstringing them to essentially say, I need that workstation to have that administrator account, and I need that administrator account so I can log in and essentially do the configuration changes. We can essentially enforce that, and then we can also associate named actions to a user account. So this test user account, even though he logs in as an administrator here, I'm going to be able to see exactly what this user is doing on this particular piece of equipment at any given time. They have an HMI in here. Very quickly, if I wanted to just jump in here and get to work, I can do so. So I can get the full look and feel from an RDP standpoint to this particular box. I can expand my windows. It'll automatically adjust as I see fit. And really, at the end of the day, from a user experience standpoint, we're giving you full keyboard control, hands-on keyboard. It really feels like I'm logged in at the site. I'm trying to click on these rungs as fast as I possibly can in these options to try to, experience some latency here, and I'm not getting any of that. And that's the beauty of our product, because we're not exposing that protocol to that user. Essentially, we're just making those screen scrape changes, and then everything that is being done on site. So at any given moment, I'm only moving bytes or kilobytes of data with the changes that I'm exposing to this particular site. The beauty of that is that I'm alleviating the remote endpoint from having to be monitored or managed. Not to say that we need to not enforce these types of controls at environments, right? We still want to monitor the security posture of devices that are entering environments, but this essentially eliminates that attack surface. So it doesn't matter if my laptop is riddled with ransomware or there's an attacker waiting patiently for a VPN tunnel to be opened up. There's no way for an adversary to insert themselves or inject any malicious code into this particular site because of the fact that we're not presenting that data bus protocol or that RDP protocol, that SSH protocol, that VNC protocol, or that web protocol. We're breaking that protocol and then just essentially showing them images of the asset that they're connecting to, but they're getting that full look and feel. So if I open up Notepad here, we'll open up this log here. And as you guys can see, I've typed in this log before, but as fast as I could possibly type, obviously I'm just typing in gibberish, but it's taking every mouse click and keyboard stroke that I'm placing, and it's converting it on the fly at the site. So very, very great piece of technology here that we have for you guys. If I wanted to, as an administrator, see exactly what this user is doing, I can do so. So I have the ability to take a look at the active sessions here. I can monitor this session in real time. We have a notification that pops up for this user. We can disable that. So we don't have to notify users that we're peering over their shoulder. But obviously with privacy laws nowadays, it's probably good that we do. Either way, I'm going to be able to see exactly what this user is doing on this particular session. As you guys can see, my mouse is not moving on my right-hand side. Mouse is moving on both screens here. And that's because we're monitoring that user session. I also have controls. So if I wanted to essentially kick this user off and punt them to a different workstation, I can do so. I can terminate their session. I can give them a reason for it. Let's say I needed to just borrow the session, or I see something in the nefarious and I want to disable that user's action. This will completely punt that user out of my platform altogether and not allow that user to log back in. I do want to jump back in there, though. I wanted to show you a couple of different features that we have on this particular box itself. So there's the ability to share sessions. This is something new. I actually haven't demonstrated this in the past, but essentially I can share this particular asset, or this user can share this specific asset with anybody that they deem worthy. So let's take about that use case, that third-party vendor. Your a technician needs assistance, immediate assistance to an asset, but it's behind all these firewalls. I don't want to build a user account to get them access to be able to help troubleshoot the application that I'm troubleshooting or that I'm having issues with. We can create a link here and then share that link to that user for X amount of time. We can dictate if that user can only access this link for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, or an hour. It's up to you. Ultimately, we could share this session with any person that we deem fit. Also, even as the person that is monitoring this session, so if I wanted to come in and monitor it again, which I am doing so, I can essentially, as this user, transfer controls to this specific asset or this specific user on the right-hand side. And that, unfortunately, I give this guy less permission, so he doesn't have the ability to do so. But if I wanted to transfer controls from my user that I'm logged into, I can do that to that admin or to any person that's monitoring that session. So now you can have a lot of our clients are leveraging like Teams or TeamViewer to do shared sessions. We could do the exact same thing without exposing that protocol to that end user at the end of the day. Some of the features that I'm not going to have time to go through, the ability to move a file into this environment, very something that we can do. So if I needed to move a file into this environment, I can do so. We do have to use the option of our clipboard. So by default, we use magic links to move files into the environment, or we have certain integrations with like an SMB share that we can do so. But let me just validate. I want to see what time it is because I don't want to keep you guys longer than needed. And I believe I'm already late. So I hope this meeting was valuable to everybody. And thank you guys very much for your time.
Thank you, Gabe. I know we've got another demo coming up from Side, so I will let you jump for your other call.
Cheers, everyone. Bye.
Thank you for your time, guys. All right. So here we go. We're going to do a quick switch over for your next demo. We will be right back. Hey, how's it going? Just kidding. It's me. So I'm going to be showing you guys around the Scythe platform for a little bit today, kind of get a feel for what it is, what it could add as a value proposition from a vulnerability management, from a CTIM perspective, all of those different kind of little fun activities we're taking now. So let me get my screen shared up here for you guys. All right, here we go. So what you can see is what we call our kind of our landing page or MyOps. Here's kind of like your single point of control to anything and everything you could want to do with Scythe. Over here on the far left, you can see all the different tabs, areas, tooling that we have inside of it. And then main side center stage is where all of your operations will start from. So we have the capability in the platform for you to be able to test any of your preventative, corrective, detective controls. We're starting to work with threat preparedness stuff, dynamic AI attack sequence generation, which is going to be really cool here in our 5.0 release, as well as you have the key abilities to emulate specific IOCs, TTPs, or even full threat campaigns from known threat actors and stuff that's been seen in the wild. So I was going to walk you through that for a few minutes here today and kind of let you get a sneak peek at how it all works. Let's say from here, we want to emulate a specific threat actor. Let's say, for example, let's go with APT33. Why not? That's a good one to start with. I can come in here, click my emulate a specific adversarial threat. From this tab here, I can filter by any particular vertical that I want to. I can do searches on names, TTPs, threat actors, or I can scroll the list here to see what we have from a threat perspective. So if I click APT33, this is going to bring up any of the potential tests we have that you could utilize. And in this instance, I'm going to click with our newest one and hit run test. From doing this, now it's going to take me to this Launch by MyOps page. I can give it a quick name. So we'll call it new 33. We can add any descriptions we need to. This one was built and set for staged on a Windows endpoint, so utilizing HTTPS as a communications module. So that's what I'm going to show you here. And then we can control the actual way our C2 works in its customizations from this perspective. You can choose to put some guardrails in place with restricting that test via the fully qualified device or domain name. That way your potential implants or things like that don't go off the rails and end up executing somewhere you don't want them to. We can choose by a specific date range. So let's say I have an engagement coming up. I want this implant to be active and usable from today, the 17th, until the 20th. I come in here, choose today's date as my start date. I set my end date as the 20th. And what that's going to do is ensure that if anyone tries to execute this implant outside of that time range, it's not going to work. So we can put some kind of guardrails in place there. We can control how our implant runs. So if steps fail, something goes wrong, it should continue on, or maybe you want it to stop and hold there or retry. You have choices. And then lastly, you can kind of control the parameters of your malleable C2 itself. You can choose where you want it to point to. So in this instance, it's pointing to our demo version of Scythe, but you can switch that up to be to redirectors, whatever domains you have, whatever you want it to be. We're choosing to set, let's say, headers. If we wanted to make our traffic look like it's coming from a different style device, things like that. We can set the heartbeat. Typically, it's around 5 seconds. It's really fast. So let's say I want to be a little more stealthy. I can slow it down to be, let's say, so 120, let's say like 4 minutes, right? So in seconds, add a little bit of jitter. We'll say like a 10% jitter. And then I can move on. We do a bit of signature avoidance here, so you can actually make it look like this payload wasn't just compiled 5 seconds ago. It'll blend in a little more, changing the timestamps here to whatever you need it to be. Or I can make it as old as, let's say, 1999. From here, we get into the fun part. This is a quick look at the sequencer. These are all of the steps that are going to run. Since we just picked an already available threat, we don't need to really do anything crazy or add new pieces. We want to run and test how we can stand up against APT33's newest behaviors. If everything looks fine, I don't have any kind of concerns here, I hit create test. Once I do that, it drops me down here into the tests field. And we'll see that we've got a bunch of different ones kind of already active and running. But let's go through this and create one from a different perspective. Maybe you want to make your own test and not use one of the pre-mades. We can come here, click this nice little button on our testing tab. That's going to take us here. We'll give it a name. Call it new 22. I'm going to set this for Windows, and we'll leave everything else as default since you guys have kind of already seen this piece of it. We'll hit next. Now I've got options when it comes to building out a test plan. I can choose to do that from a pre-made test that already exists in our threat catalog or library. I can choose to do that from our MITRE attack matrix, which brings in a bunch of different, let's call them bite-sized TTPs for you to utilize. Or we can do the good old trusty manual method. So I'll show you what those look like here real quick. So from the attack techniques perspective, let's say I want to do some user enumeration discovery, things like that. I'm going to do a quick search on user. We'll see. So here we got some system owner user discovery, and you get a list of options and things you can look at. So I'll show this from a system owner user discovery perspective, just the default one we'll go with. Hit configure. It gives us any inputs that we can potentially change, then hit add steps. Once I do that, you can see my sequence over here just got a little more full. It loaded any modules that we needed, which are kind of our building blocks that add capabilities, and it also added in the individual behaviors as steps to run in this test. So that's how you would kind of use our attack matrix. I'll show you one more from that that's a little more complicated. Let's say maybe we want to do a DC sync attack. Do a quick look at this. We can see we've got a couple options for how we want to do it. I'm going to pick just the first one that's in here and hit configure. Now this is showing me that we've got a couple inputs that are necessary and needs to know what the actual domain is for the targeting, if Mimikatz is available on the endpoint and where, because that's what this particular test likes to use to accomplish the task, and then the targeted user. With all of this in place, we have these things called prerequisites and verification steps. These are also going to turn around and validate, hey, is this host domain joined? What's the domain? Pull that info back for use in the attempt. It's going to validate if Mimikatz is where it's supposed to be on the endpoint. If it's there, it'll go ahead and run and execute the behavior. If it's not, it'll attempt to go out and pull it down for you, bring it into the environment, and then execute. So you have a couple different options here. There's a bit of logic in place. If none of those really match up and it's not able to bring in what's needed, it's going to skip over this behavior instead of trying to execute something that the platform knows is going to fail for you. But now that we validated those, I'll hit add steps, and boom. So now we've got a whole new threat campaign we can run with. You can choose to save it all from here. You can choose to just go ahead and run, or we can create our own behavioral test ourselves. So let's look at what that looks like real quick. The main kind of building blocks here are our modules. So utilizing the modules, you can pick different, let's say, capability sets. So, for example, let's say I want to load our upshell module, our invoke BOF module, and run. So what these are doing is the run module is going to allow us to execute basic commands like run a command prompt, bash, something like that. Loud, noisy, you can call all the typical stuff you could from those windows. Upshell, this is our version of unmanaged PowerShell. So this is kind of allowing you to call that system management automation DLL, utilize anything that's within the, like kind of PowerShell's capability sets and namespace, and use that without ever calling PowerShell. So you're being a little more stealthy, sneaky, you're bypassing some controls, and hopefully you're getting some behaviors to execute that you weren't expecting to. And then invoke BOF, this is one I typically like to use just because it's going to allow us to run what are called beacon object files from within memory in our implants, instead of having to bring more tooling on disk and do a kind of a lot more noise and potential exposure. These are a stealthier way of execution. So I've loaded my building blocks. Now I need to tell it to do a thing. I can do that by hitting custom action here. We'll say, let's do a quick run. We'll say, who am I? Keeping it easy, right? Now I want to add maybe a few more. I can come over here. We'll do a quick duplicate. I'll edit this duplicated step. We'll have this one say system info. Add action. Now let's make one more just for the sake of time. We'll call that using upshell. I'll go -- command. We'll say local user. So I run through that. Now that I've got my steps in place, I know this looks a little simplistic right now, but I've got a couple of behaviors I can test for doing some system enumeration, some user enumeration, and understanding the local state of our current shell. So let's give this a shot. So from here, I'll hit create test. Takes us into our testing, and from that we can see these flow through kind of like we have here. Let's open up just an easy one. So from scatter, let's go APT41. I open this up. We'll be able to see all of the steps that are executed and ran within that campaign from this view. When I click on this and expand it down, we can see all of our behaviors, the requests that we sent them, the responses that came back from those systems, and everything that's happened. It's a really quick and easy way for us to get an overview of what's happening within that campaign, how we can view it. If you have any of your integrations, things like that in place with your other tools and potential security products like your SIEMs or EDRs, AV, things like that, all of that data will feed into the security events tab. It'll feed into your dashboard here as well, so that you could view that data if you wanted to. There's a lot of different ways you can go about it. And in a nutshell, that is Scythe. That's kind of our platform. This is a quick and easy way for you guys to be able to simplify that threat emulation and validation process. Ensure that your security teams, your tooling, and everything can actually stand up to a real life threat and their kill chains, not just individual behaviors in a vacuum. And it makes for really good testing of your security posture as a whole. From this point, I'm running out of time. Typically, we could take these results now, feed them into an assessment, feed them into other reporting mechanisms, and get some really good insights into what's happening on our organization. So with that, thanks for listening to me talk for a few minutes here about Scythe, what all we have going on. I'm going to stop sharing my screen, and then we are going to bring in our next speaker. So hopefully you guys are enjoying UniCon up to this point. Let's see. So here we go, guys. How's it going, gentlemen? That was our first kind of couple vendor demos for the day. Now we're getting back into our fun sessions. We have from Zona and Rourke. I will let you guys take the stage.
All right. Thank you, Trey. Mm-hmm. Right. You want to share your slides and we'll go ahead and kick it off.
Looks like I have to upload them here.
So you should be able to share a individual screen or window as well, sir.
Yep.
Oh, here we go.
While you're figuring that out, I'll go ahead and start the introductions. So the title of today's presentation is Disconnected Access, Closing OT's #1 Threat Vector. And it's my pleasure today to introduce our speaker, Raed Al-Bouliwi, Chief Product Officer at Zona Systems. Raed brings more than 20 years of cybersecurity experience across national defense, energy, industrial, financial sectors. He's led teams building secure, resilient systems and brings deep knowledge in vulnerability research, malware analysis, and compliance frameworks like NIST, IEC 62443, and NERC-CIP. Before joining Zona, Raid served as a U.S. Navy Information Warfare Officer. And at Zona, he leads our product and engineering teams, working closely with operators and critical infrastructure to align solutions with their real-world needs. And today, he'll share his perspective on closing OT's #1 threat vector, remote access, and introduce a new way of thinking about secure connectivity in critical environments. Please join me in welcoming Raid. Raid, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Rourke. It's good to be here. Thank you, Syed and the Syed team for having us. So let's talk about OT's #1 threat vector. So OT's access, traditionally, his #1 threat vector has been remote access. So whether that's on the mobile side, desktop side, people need to connect remotely to their OT infrastructure, and remote access is the easiest way for them to do that. Attackers don't need to look for exotic 0 days. They don't need to invent new exploits. They can go straight through the front door that we keep leaving open, leveraging existing VPNs, RDP, legacy services. And once they're in, they can move laterally through the network, steal credentials, escalate privileges, deploy malware. You just heard it talk about, the APT threats that are out there. This isn't just theory. This is what we're seeing almost in every major attack within the OT sector. Those of us that are, that have seen the news know that this is a very real threat that's continually exploited, on a regular basis, unfortunately. So here's a number that should give us all pause. 71% of major cyber attacks against critical infrastructure involved remote services at some level as the initial point of compromise, right? So think about that. Nearly 3 out of 4 attacks, they didn't start with phishing or malware. They started with a remote connection. So either a vendor, a contractor, or an engineer are connecting from the outside to the OT environment. Why? Because it's the easiest way in. Our adversaries already know that, right? They know there's probably some remote way to get into that OT network. The lesson here is obvious. If we want to reduce this risk, we have to deal with the remote access problem head on. So here's the flip side of the issue. 88% of industrial operators seem to already know that the insecure remote connections are their biggest cyber risk. I mean, they already know, 88%. So this isn't just a few outliers. This is the norm across critical infrastructure. We recognize the issue, and it's still a major problem, or the #1 problem. Now, is this because A, they're unwilling to address the problem, right? Or B, do they not know how to address the problem? And it's interesting, speaking to different customers, to see where they are with remote access. Sometimes it's a combination of both. So let's take a look at this remote access problem in a little bit more detail. So how are remote users connecting to the OT environment today? Well, you have a vendor, contractor, or an engineer operator logging in from an unmanaged laptop. They fire up their remote VPN or establish a remote RDP session. They might pass through a jump server of some kind, right, once they're on the network. And then suddenly this endpoint here, which could potentially be compromised, right? We're assuming when we fire up that VPN that this asset here is clean, but that may not necessarily be true. The problem, and that's really exposing the problem, right? Because now it's not hard for an attacker, if they're sitting, if they have malware deployed on this end user device, to pivot over to the OT environment. Right? So they can move laterally, scan, harvest credentials, and eventually gain access to these critical assets. So the bottom line is our current model for remote access, it was built for convenience, right? The easy button. What's the easiest way to get a remote user into the system? And as long as we continue thinking with this legacy, mindset, we're allowing direct protocol communication between the user device and the endpoint critical systems. Okay, and OT is going to continue to face what we call an unacceptable risk. So how is it that legacy remote access keeps failing us? Well, first, it was never really designed for OT. So VPNs, RDP servers, RDP type tools, they all came out of the IT environment, right? So think IT corporate infrastructure. They were built for office networks specifically, and then they were adopted by the OT industry. Second, these tools, they create, broad network tunnels. Once you're inside, you have broad network access. And this is a dream for attackers, right? Because, they can see the entire network, they can do their scans, they can find, the weak points within the network. They can find assets within that network to deploy malware. They can escalate privileges, set up man in the middle. There's all kinds of things you can do if you expose your entire network as an attack surface. And third, they rely on the endpoint itself being secure. So in reality, these vendors and contractors, they're logging in from unmanaged laptops. It could be somebody sitting in a Starbucks doing a remote connection. You don't know how they're connecting to your OT infrastructure. So if that device is compromised, your network is immediately at risk. It can also be compromised. So these legacy way of thinking isn't just outdated. It's actively exposing our critical systems and businesses from these three levels, from a security level, operation level, and a compliance level. All three, not just one. So why does legacy continue to fail us? In one of our early customer conversations, we found that one of the customer we were speaking to had 12 different ways, right? 12 different ways that their employees and vendors were connecting into their OT environment, right? 12 different ways. It was a combination of VPNs. They had jump servers. They had whitelisted ACLs for direct access, right? For part of their SLAs. They were using some ad hoc remote desktop tools. I'm sure you guys are familiar with them. And none of it was standardized, and none of it was consistently being monitored. So when we mapped out all of it, needless to say, it was an ugly picture. But why worry about all the the security stuff that they had going on when they had 12 different ways for somebody to get into the OT network? And this is the same thing that we see across critical infrastructure. Multiple tools being used, multiple paths within the network. And our attackers only need to be successful in compromising just one of them, right, in order to get in. So this leads us to the question: how do you touch a system without touching it, right? What's the turning point? Now think about that for a second. We want to gain access to these remote assets, okay? But we don't want to expose all the risk that I just talked about. So how do you touch a system without touching it, right? In other words, how can you still access that remote asset without all the needless risk? It sounds almost impossible, right? But this is the challenge that we face in OT security. We need to give our operators and vendors and engineers access, but we can't keep exposing these critical systems, right? Using these broad network tunnels. So this isn't just a theoretical question anymore. It's very real. And this is what we call disconnected access. So what does disconnected access look like? Well, it's actually very simple. We end up breaking the communication between the user endpoint and the critical system, right? By doing so, we do two things. We allow our users to engage, right? They can still connect to the critical systems, but we don't allow those protocols across, right? So the endpoint never actually speaks the native protocols, okay? Whether that's an OT specific protocol, a visualization specific protocol, an SSH or web connection, in order to access these systems. The only thing this end user ever sees is encrypted pixels that go back and forth across the communication tunnel. So this is a TLS tunnel, and it's only sending back PNGs, encrypted PNGs. Okay, we route the mouse and keyboard over, but that's it. Right? There's no direct protocol flow back to these critical systems. So we simply just get rid of the attack path. So what are the three core principles that make this work? So in our design philosophy, we wanted to hit home on each one of these things. The first thing we said is it's got to be browser-based, right? So no clients, no agents, no external plugins. It's got to be completely browser-based, easy to use. Okay, modern browser. Our browser vendors, they do a good job of maintaining security on those things. So let's leverage what already exists. Second, we want to isolate the protocol. Okay, I just described RDP, VNC. We even do WebGL, and we want to terminate all of that on the gateway. So the endpoint never touches the critical asset itself. So these protocols are going to stay physically segmented, right? Physically segmented with individual NICs. We have 2 NICs on here, and I'll show you here on the next slide, but we're actually physically separating the traffic so that this traffic coming on this untrusted side is only ever going to be PNGs. And thirdly, we said, okay, this stuff's all great, but we need complete session visibility, something that was missing in the legacy solutions. So every session is logged, it's recorded, there's a full audit trail for it. Okay, you can play back video, who accessed what and when, and that's control that proves your regulatory compliance piece. So let's dig into this in a little bit more detail here. Get in the weeds, so to speak. So on the untrusted side, okay, you have your remote vendors, your remote employees. Okay, they fire up their browser and they navigate over to the gateway dashboard login page. Okay, they authenticate. They can use existing IDP providers, right? SAML connectors, etc. Or you can even further lock this down with multi-factor authentication using either hardware tokens or OTP coupled with even time access windows, right? So we really lock down the access to the gateway itself. Once they're authenticated, they get access to only the authorized connections, which have already been provisioned using an RBAC model. So this authorized connection on the trusted side is through on-site specific protocols. So from the trusted side, we actually connect the native protocol to get to the individual OT asset itself. So this gives the user access to their HMIs, their layer 1, layer 2 devices. Basically anything that they would need to set up on the gateway is now actively secured through the zone appliance without risk of protocol exposure, right? So again, only thing ever coming back on the untrusted side is PNGs. So how does this live within an enterprise tool ecosystem? So I legitimately think of access as a new perimeter. And as such, it's important to look at how it can fit into typical existing enterprise IDPs, right? So we need to be able to use what already exists within the OT environment with respect to identity. So your ping, your Microsoft Entra, your Okta, okay? Leverage Active Directory, because again, more often than not, we find in customer sites that they've already have this stuff figured out. There's groups, etc. So we want to leverage all of that knowledge. And then, we want to also leverage, the zero trust secrets management stuff, tools like, what Zscaler and CyberArk offer. So again, we can do the whole password management policy and vaulting. We also want to fit into the cybersecurity side, within those OT workflows. So your Nozomis, your Forescout, your Dragos, we want to be able to integrate with those. So we maintain an ecosystem that's beneficial to both of us. Malware, again, is going to continue to be a threat. So we want to have integrations on the malware side. Your Palo Alto OpSWAT, your virus totals. And then finally, from operations and service perspective, we want to, integrate with existing, ticketing flows like ServiceNow. And we want to integrate with, our standard SIMs for security alerting and monitoring, right? The whole INMS portion of SIP. So if we step back and look at like all of these strategic benefits that we get from disconnected access, okay, you're going to get security improvements, you're going to get cost benefits, and you're going to get regulatory compliance improvements. On the security side, we remove that direct path of insecure endpoints, reduce that attack surface, and we get rid of that whole endpoint exposure where the endpoint can potentially be compromised. On top of that, since we're breaking the connection on the gateway itself, there's no concept of outbound command and control for malware if your OT environment is infected, right? On the cost side, many companies see an overall tool in cost reduction, which includes travel to on-site locations in order to service these assets. And then on the compliance side, the legacy access technologies, they simply don't meet the regulatory requirements. Whereas the disconnected access and session, provides that session control and visibility right out of the box. So you get your NERC SIP, you get your 62443, and others. You get a complete audit trail. Who accessed what, when, and what exactly they did. Again, through recordings and playback, etc. So this is the access that operators actually use and security teams can finally, trust, when they deploy a solution like this. So how does that look from the user's perspective, right? So at the end of the day, the user itself, how are they affected? Well, they don't want to use VPNs or jump servers because they provide different levels of authentication, and they're not, they just increase the level of user flow. So we dramatically collapse this picture here on the left to make it easy. So I remember early on doing an RFI for an OT customer, and it's funny, one of the questions that they said was, well, okay, how many clicks will it take for my operator to get into the asset? Well, we literally bring that down to 3 clicks. They authenticate, they're presented with the connections they're authorized to connect to, and then they hit connect. So it doesn't get any easier than that from a user perspective. So how does somebody get started doing this? Okay, so I think it's quite simple. I like to walk companies through the following simple starting place. First, understand and get a detailed access of all the different ways that they are currently connecting remotely, right? And then prioritize them based on risk, right? Who's managing them? Does anybody have any oversight into these remote connections into the OT environment, right? So that's the first step. The second step is we want to prioritize these high-risk connection methods, right? So when we prioritize them, this usually points us to the third-party contractors and OEMs, right? Because they have SLAs that they need to, complete, in maintenance windows. So they're generally the culprits that we need to prioritize them first. And then third, we have to decide on a new approach, right? So we want to do this incrementally. So what we say is, you do this site by site, right? Once you have that reference architecture, once you've deployed to one site, it's just a simple matter of stamping that across your environment, across multiple sites, right? So lock down one site at a time. And then finally, we say, well, let's make sure you properly operationalize your approach in your solution, right? So you want to make sure you have monitoring and auditing all in one place, and a governance first approach, right? Because again, regulatory and compliance audits, they're still there. And we have to remember that, ultimately we want to help enable you to pass that audit. So what's a real world example of this? So here's a large regulated natural gas utility. So this was, they were spread out across multiple counties, many customers. And like many in the sector, they were under intense pressure from both regulators and attackers. And one of their challenges was their unmanned gas distribution sites. So they basically, would have these truck rolls, every day to do these routine checks and maintenance. Specifically, they had to check, for example, the level of odorant that they were putting in the pump to make sure it was at a specific level. If not, the engineer would have to go inside and make the specific adjustment to make sure that's within regulation. So anyway, they were looking for a way to improve this situation operationally without also implementing, open access to these highly critical sites. So they made the move to disconnected access, right? Everything I've been talking about. So first they deployed our Zona gateways to each gas distribution site. So this allowed them to remotely and routinely monitor the exact levels that, of the odorant amongst other services on the OT site remotely. So remotely, they know exactly which sites needed adjustment, manual. And that helped them prioritize, the truck rolls where maintenance was required based on their remote observations, right? So this is an obvious example, but it gives you an idea why remote operations are becoming so critical, right? We provided, significant operational efficiency for this customer. So that, again, in the morning, they quickly knew exactly which sites they needed to go to. So significant benefit for them. So let me wrap up by saying, how do you intend to deal with OT's number one threat vector, right? I recommend disconnected access as a solution. But whatever you decide to choose, make sure you deal with that challenge, because it's an attack surface that's not going away. No matter how many firewalls you put behind it, these attackers are getting smarter, they're getting more sophisticated, and they eventually will find a way in through your network, whether or not you even knew that tunnel existed. So that's basically what I have. So if you guys have any questions for me.
Yeah, right. Thank you. There are a number of questions that have come up, so I'll play moderator here and pose some of the questions and let you answer a few of them. Okay. So one of them was about VPNs. You talked about VPNs and jump servers. There was a question about whether or not does Zona layer on top of these solutions? Does it replace them? Does it live side by side? How does that typically happen?
That's a good question. So let me go back to this slide here. So, from our solution perspective, we can still, leverage the VPN if it's still a required piece of access and live within that ecosystem. So if a customer is like, no, I have a VPN, that's how I'm connecting to this OT environment. What we say is, that's fine. We'll sit within that VPN and still provide this picture here within the network. So again, we'll still break down and split the protocol. We'll call the VPN side untrusted on our gateway, and then again operate as I mentioned.
Okay. Another question here is your product able to enforce these controls in an air-gapped environment, or does it require access to the web or cloud infrastructure?
Great question. Yeah, so we have all kinds of customers. One specific customer literally is in remote mines, right? So they mine coal, completely air gapped, completely disconnected from the IT environment, and we operate there. That specific customer as well doesn't have any of the IT IDP things that I mentioned. So they leverage our YubiKey partner. So they each of the miners has a YubiKey attached to their keyring, and when they need to access that network, they will plug in locally, completely air gapped, and use our local authentication store in order to authenticate with our gateway. So yeah, great question.
Cool. All right. Another one here is, how does this work on the endpoint? Do I have to install agents? Are there specific browsers that have to be used? What's the user experience?
Okay, another good question. Yeah, so I mentioned that in our initial design, we wanted this to be completely browser-based, right? So no clients, no agents, Chromium-based browser. So your Edge, your Chrome, your Mozilla Firefox. We support mobile as well. We have mobile customers on iOS and Android using this capability. So yeah, all of that is available without plugins or agents.
Okay. Another one we got here was, how does this integrate with my existing identity provider? You mentioned a few on one of your slides. The example here was Active Directory and Okta.
Yeah, absolutely. So again, we wanted to provide not a siloed authentication solution that's only local to our platform, but leverage the existing things that have been deployed within the OT environment. So by virtue of that, we have customers using Okta, Microsoft Entra, Ping. So yeah, we have integrations with those, and that's just a matter of connecting. When we set it up, we do that. We help you set up the deployment. We just leverage your existing groups, and then we have connectors for all of this stuff. So it's really is the easy button.
Okay. Let's see. There was another one here. Can we use Zona for secure transfer of files or patch deployments?
Absolutely. Yeah, one of the features that we have is what we call secure file transfer, and that can be operated in moderated mode and integrate with the malware checks here. So your Palo Alto, OpSWAT, VirusTotal, and that could be moderated. So for example, if you need to upload, let's say, latest firmware for an OT asset, you would request permission to do that, right? And to be granted permission, it'll get uploaded to a file bucket where, again, it'll be scanned, etc. And then you can leverage an additional approval process to move that into the critical system. Again, we maintain a complete audit trail there so that everybody knows who uploaded the file, who approved it, validate that it was malware scanned, and then which endpoint endpoint asset it was eventually deployed to. So, yep.
So you mentioned just now monitoring. There was a question, I'm not sure I completely understand it, but about logging and monitoring and what exactly is captured and how, and is it shared or shareable?
Yeah, no, absolutely. So on the monitoring audit side, so we maintain a complete audit trail. So your users, your connections, what was done to the system, to include the entire session playback, right? So at any point in time, you can get a video recording of the entire session and see what was done. So that level of granularity. And then out of the box, we allow ourselves to connect to your traditional SIMs, right? So you can forward to SIMs. You could forward alerts via email. You could forward to Splunk. You know, we have a lot of customers using Splunk for that sort of thing. But yeah, it's completely open in terms of where those messages go. But they always live within the Zona platform itself. So you get a complete audit trail. So during compliance time, if a question comes up, for example, you know, show me the last 3 months of failed logins, you can easily pull that up.
Okay, so you can do it on the device or devices, or you can do it, you can share it with whatever you're using from a SecOps standpoint.
Correct.
Perfect. The last thing here was something about, does Zona require a centralized control plane, or can it run per site?
Another great question. So it depends on how big your organization is. Okay, so a single site can handle one or more gateways, again, depending on how you provision that network. And then we have another product we called XCM. That's a management that basically connects to all the different gateways. So, if you're not so big, you can get away with one or two gateways on a site. But if you have multiple sites that you want to control, we have a central manager for that. Which will allow a single point of access for all your users, right? So they'll just hit that central manager, and then from there they can connect to any site from that single location.
Awesome. That's the full list of the questions that I have seen. If there's anything else, we'll give it another minute, and then we'll wrap up. I'm not seeing anything else, Raid. Do you have any final comments you want to make before you wrap up?
So I was on a SANS conference a couple weeks ago, and I left my hot take with talking around convergence between IT and OT, and I think honestly that this is not specifically just an OT problem, but also an IT problem. More often than not, IT networks connect down to the OT network at some level. So I think, convergence is a good thing. I think, deploying a solution like this, not only on the OT side, but also on the IT side, just makes sense. So everybody can see a complete picture and control, have full compliance control on exactly who's connecting and where they're connecting from without having to worry about, outside adversaries, attacking and leveraging, legacy stuff. So, that's the key takeaway. I think, moving forward, IT and OT are going to continue to converge, and that's a good thing. But ultimately, I think solutions like this that provide, all that granular level visibility is going to be important.
Awesome. All right. Thank you, Raid. I think we've got about 10 minutes before our next session. Daphne, I guess we'll leave the session open, and maybe we can play some smooth jazz elevator music in the interim. We'll be back in 10 minutes at 15 after the hour.
Hey, Vernil.
All right, can you hear me?
Yep.
Neil, you hear me? Neil, can you hear us? Looks like we may have a bit of an audio problem. Neil, can you hear us? Right, you can still hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Everybody just hold on 1 second. We have a bit of a technical challenge. The most difficult thing we do during the day. We're all in technology. And
hey, Rourke and Raid, can you hear me?
There you are. Hey,
yeah, brilliant. All right. Glad you were able to get that technical issue resolved. Thanks, Vernil. All right. You can hear us okay, Vernil? Looks like he's still having trouble. If only my tap dancing were better, I'd entertain the audience while we work this out. It's going to make it hard to do a Q&A conversation or a fireside chat if he can't hear us.
Well, it'll be a one-way deal.
Can you hear us, Vernil? Test, test.
We can hear you, Vernil. Can you hear us?
Good afternoon.
Hey, can you hear us? You know, what we could do is we could probably just, since we have audio from him, we could just paste the questions to him. What do you think, Rourke?
We could try. I've just asked Daphne if she could help him with his audio.
So a lot of good questions from the talk.
While we're waiting on Vernil to figure out his audio, there's another question that's come in, Raid, about the session earlier.
Okay.
It said, would your solution be good for BSM access for random vendors?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. So one of the things that we like to say, we want to connect all the third party vendors, and get them using a common platform, and we see that a lot from vendors servicing SLAs that there's a specific way that they want to connect, and on the OT side, they tend to acquiesce to whatever is under the SLA, right? So a vendor might say, I need direct access, open up the firewall, or I need to use, my proprietary application and, have a direct path of access. So yeah, we want to, I think, with our platform, we want to normalize all of that and get it standardized, so that everybody's using the same thing that maintains a complete, audit trail.
Got it.
Good question.
Another one that came up, but I didn't actually get to it, was one that said, what you talked about different protocols. What protocols does the disconnected access solution support, and does it require some type of an agent?
Yeah, again, no agent. The only thing we're leveraging is the browser for those of you that want to get in the weeds. So we leverage the an HTML5 spec. So we're bringing back PNGs and just showing differentials of the screen with div tags. But it looks seamless. It looks exactly like you're on the desktop. It's fast. So again, we support all the visualization protocols, so RDP, VNC. For those that need access to on the SSH side, we support that, and then web. So there's a lot of OT assets that are web based. They have web based components, so we plug into that, and that tends to take care of 90% plus of what we see out there.
Awesome. Okay. I think that's all the questions. I wonder if Daphne's had any success with Vernil. I don't see him. So let's see here. They're both still on. You know any good jokes?
Oh, there we go. Vernil, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now. I actually had to change to my phone, but I think it's all working now.
That's
brilliant.
okay.
You look much taller on your phone anyway, so not to worry.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to short circuit this introduction since we lost a little bit of time and let you guys get to it. But today we have a customer spotlight. Joining Zona's Chief Product Officer, Raid Al-Bouiwi, is our special guest, Vernil Sanchez. He is the Senior Director of Maritime Cyber Safety Engineering at Carnival Corporation. And the two today are going to talk about securing vendor and OEM access and critical infrastructure. So please join me in welcoming Vernil Sanchez and Raid Al-Bouiwi. Gentlemen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Rourke. Thank you. Appreciate it. And thank you very much for your time. I know you're a busy man over there at Carnival. So again, we appreciate you joining us for this chat. So I spent my last presentation here at Scythe, talking about managing OEM and third-party access. So before we started working together, how did you manage your vendor and OEM remote access? And what were the biggest pain points that you were seeing on the Carnival side? Again, cruise industry, maritime, moving assets.
Yeah, it was an interesting landscape in the past. One thing to note about Carnival Corporation is that we are a conglomerate. So we have a lot of operating lines that work under this company, and they have a lot of freedom to operate. So that leads to a lot of lack of, let's say, standardization. But we also have a lot of vendors that had their own remote access solutions, whether that was just outbound or interactive remote access, right? But we had a lot of vendors that provided us as a company with different tooling, different means, or requested different ways of being able to accomplish remote access. So that is the previous life before Sona. That's basically the use case also for us. after COVID and after having to do remote work, like, leveraging Teams or different tool sets that were not necessarily intended for remote access, but more for collaboration, right? That's really where we came up with, we have this specific use case now that we need to tackle. Number one, to reduce that footprint of connectivity where we had all these vendors with their own thing, bolting into our environment. And then obviously, so we could have more control of, as a company on what's happening on our ships from a remote standpoint.
No, that's great. And it's basically in line with what I was talking about with, trying to standardize, the connections to, from all your vendors so they can complete their SLAs. So when you considered your options, and I know you looked at several, what made using disconnected access, specifically, the protocol isolation that I talked about, stand out compared to, your legacy, VPNs, jump servers, etc.?
It was multiple aspects. I would say it was not just that from you guys as a company that made us choose this from you, but there was much more, right? The simplicity of single pane of glass for the users, also the simplicity of reporting for us, right? And being able to track what's going on, the integrations you had with tools that we had in our environment, things like Nozomi. So there were plenty of layers that we checked on, right, to make sure that we were selecting something that worked for us. But to answer your question, obviously your technology provided us with a sense of comfort that if we deployed it, at least in the way we're deploying it at Carnival Corporation, we felt like we could do something where we felt very secure about what we were doing. Obviously, we're exposing all these crown jewels to the internet, and therefore we needed to be very comfortable with that and with the whole process that goes along with that. But it was many aspects of your technology and the way we are leveraging it today that actually led us to selecting you. I would say, your vendors are very competitive, all of them. So I vouch for all of them. We are vendor neutral here at Carnival. And we actually kept good relationships with all of them, to be honest. But we thought your product was right there at the top. You guys had a great package for us, and it made more business sense for us to go with you guys at that point in time. It still does, by the way.
Okay. Thank you, Vernio. We appreciate that. So in terms of, when you were evaluating your key success criteria, what were you most, concerned with improving? Was it security, cost, simplifying your operations, compliance, or was it all everything?
It was a bit of everything, but what we discovered by the nature of our business, right, where our ships are at sea, for us to actually provide support to a system on a ship that doesn't have remote access, or a reasonable amount of remote access, or stable remote access, I should say. For us, those costs are in the big thousands of dollars, every single service, right? So you multiply that by the amount of OT vendors that we have in every single ship, and then you multiply that by the fleet that we have, which is about 95, 96 ships at any given time, and that went to the millions. So this actually started as a security project and became something that actually is driving the business to save money. So for us, that was a big component. It's like here we have a story where we can save money. We don't have to bring all these technicians to our sites. Our sites are moving. I know a lot of people's sites don't move like ours, but that was a big driver in us being able to say, not only can we improve the security, we can remove all these tools that the vendors are providing to us and simplify it in something that's agnostic, right? But we can also save a lot of money, short and long run. And we can measure that in big millions. So one of the few projects where security actually has a positive ROI that's easy to measure, right? This is one of those, yeah.
Yeah, and it's what we see, when you talk about, the financial aspect of it, right? Again, I think we mentioned, when we spoke before about how, hey, I have a vendor that comes on and they have to ride the cruise, right? So they're using up a room, and they have to wait till they get to the next port before they complete, their maintenance cycle. But that entire time, they're using up a room, they're eating, sleeping, etc., and it ends up being a financial, cost.
Yeah, you add the flight, right? Which normally a lot of these vendors require business class flights. So you add that flight, and then you add the fact that oftentimes we are displacing a passenger to accommodate a service. The loss in revenue there, right, that we get from not having a passenger on board, but also the fact that a lot of people make the claim like, why don't you try to do it at port, right? And we tell folks, well, we don't have enough time at port. You got to do all these checks that the regulators put upon us, right? That they require from us. And therefore, you have very small windows on the ports. You usually want to be outside of the US or your main, we call it the turnaround ports, to be able to do the work. And therefore, we have these technicians stay on board for 3 to 5 days oftentimes, right? So that's a big driver for us, not trying to have those individuals there, saving money on that because there is a daily rate associated with that. And obviously, trying to get our revenue back by not occupying a passenger cabin. So it's more than just bringing the individual.
Yeah. There's definitely a complete cost picture there. In terms of deployment experience, so one of the things that I mentioned in my talk was, a customer might say, okay, how do I start? So from your deployment experience, moving to disconnected access, how would you say the rollout went from initial proof of concept to broader deployment, and any surprises along the way?
I would say if I could provide a feedback on what I think are the top things is obviously you want to make sure that whatever you're providing access to, you have tried to segment as much as possible, but not a necessary thing. I'm just providing my feedback. But for us, didn't require much of that. We had a lot of that in place, right? We had VLANs for our different vendors, where we had them interconnecting into our backbone. And for us, it was really just deploying the gateways on the ships, doing some basic testing there, testing with the vendors. Our hardest lift was actually getting the vendors on board, not on board the ship, but on board with the solution, and getting them to support the idea, trusting the idea, and then trusting that the tool worked. But we did a lot of testing before we brought them in. We did what we call smoke testing, where we created the accounts and we made sure the network engineering components were configured. And then we got to a lot of the splash pages or the login pages, so we knew we could get the vendor in there. And then we solved the other piece, right? We went up to the XEM there, right? So first we solved the CSGs and those accounts. We did a lot of testing there. Then we went to the XEMs, and then it became cookie cutter, right? Then it became one ship after the other. Then we did them in bulk, and we now have CSGs, on every ship. They're rolled into one XEM for us. Obviously, we have them as I think every customer of yours knows the HA prayer functionality is has its I would say little quirks, but we have 2 XEMs. We use one as active, one is in the background. And that XEM for us is what we ultimately, through some other tooling, expose to the internet, right? In our case, the Kamai, but I assume you could do it in any way. So we worked from the ship upwards, so basically from the site out, and that worked out very well for us. One of the things we appreciate is that we also are very risk averse. So we went and scanned your solution. We threw Qualys at it, we threw Orca at it, all our scanning tools. We basically got reports from all of them, and we shared what we found with you guys. And you guys, in 2 releases, we had most of it resolved. So kudos to you guys for being agile in that sense, right? But outside of that, man, I think it's been a positive experience. I have 3 folks in my team who are all Zona experts now. They've all learned, at least they cycled around that project. So they all have a very good knowledge of how the tool works. And outside of that, I think there's not much more I can add.
Yeah, no, that's all great. And again, we appreciate the feedback. One of the things that we say is the solution shouldn't be a point in time. The adversaries is getting smarter. And we're constantly adapting our solution to the latest threat vector. So I think every cybersecurity vendor at some level has to accept that. Case in point, we're a CNA now with MITRE, so we'll be able to issue our own CVEs. So again, just maintaining the evolution on the cybersecurity piece there. So you mentioned cost savings, but from a day-to-day operator's perspective, how would you say troubleshooting and vendor maintenance has actually improved by moving to the Zona platform?
Well, it's a simplified version for us, right? Well, number one is the visibility, right? We actually tell that certain things are taking place on our ships, right? The connectivity is taking place. By the way, in the past, we may have been involved with the knowledge of something's going to take place or not. It could have been just completely circumventing the security team, at least. So at least we have the visibility. That was a big deal for us. But also it's pretty agile. I actually demoed it today. We have our staff meeting here in Miami taking place, and we brought people from all over the world that work in our security team. And I demoed it for them. It took me like 2 minutes to show them, going from the website to actually connecting to a system. And just that, actually it took me like 1 minute, but showing that was so impactful for them, just to see how clean that process was and how simple it was. And that's, authenticating, going through MFA, getting to the box, clicking on connect, and getting actually to the asset. But it's so simple, right, that people actually adopt it really quickly. Our vendors, who are normally really difficult to convince on some of these things, are actually adopting it too. So we see it as a very as a big positive. We're also going to be highlighting, all active connections, historical connections through dashboards in our FOC. That's our Fleet Operations Center. That's basically where we bring all the telemetry, and we have a lot of folks there looking at, stats from our engines or our navigation system, etc. So now this is going to be another added on, piece of information in that area where they'll be able to track, which ships have active connections, where do we do connections, and we should be able to relate even issues to events logged in the remote access solution. So we're hoping that's not the use case. We're hoping actually that we're using this more as, if we did this on one ship and we recorded that session, can we replicate it in other ships on our own and not having to involve our vendors? So that's more where we want to go, to find some more efficiencies and more cost savings. But for now, it's a pretty seamless tool for everyone, easy to adopt. And we actually have short-side individuals also, like our employees are also using Sona to connect to those systems. So the employees that have roles where they need to log into some of those solutions, or they actually support those solutions, they also have accounts. So they actually are using Sona as well today.
No, that's great. Yeah. So again, maritime is it's a different journey than your traditional OT, because again, you have mobile assets that could be anywhere around the world. So it's interesting. So from your perspective, if there's another maritime operator looking to go through a deployment, what would you tell them? So basically in my last talk, I try to break it down and make it easy, but from your perspective and maritime specific, how would you say that they should plan for that deployment?
Yeah, assuming they're already at the deployment stage, so they have their solution. Yeah, I think a key is obviously bringing into the table your tech ops and marine operations, right? Teams that's specifically to maritime. So the folks that actually support those individuals that are on the ships who operate these systems, those are the first individuals I would say you need to collaborate with, have a conversation about what you want to do, where you want to go. Then obviously get some shipboard personnel on board with your idea. Explain why you want to do this, and also get their buy-in, right? That's an important stakeholder. we at Carnival, we have buy-in all the way to the board. So we pitched to them even when we were selecting the solution, why we were doing this. We report into 2 organizations. So our OT cybersecurity team reports into our global cybersecurity group, but also reports into our chief maritime officers organization. So we're lucky enough to have that. But if you don't have that, I would say, go talk to that chief maritime officer, explain to them the business case of this. And I'm pretty sure it'll make sense to them after you pitch. And then obviously it's a standard project delivery lifecycle effort. Go make sure you get the right stakeholders. You got to involve network engineering. If you have a facilities team, that needs to help you with racking and installing things, you better involve them. Make sure you're tracking with change tickets, that you have proper documentation, a PM assigned to this if you want to be really successful. And that's how I think you could get the ball rolling with ease to deploy that.
Yeah, that's all. That's great. I mean, again, I think your strategy for how you deployed it. Again, I think Carnival was already in a very good spot with respect to how you've structured your network. You mentioned the segmentation and things like that. So yeah, there might be a little bit more work for somebody looking to deploy a disconnected access solution, but the roadmap is there, right? The reference architecture, and it should be step one, right? How do I lock everything down? So
we have disconnected systems, right? That we run the cable to it. That's what we'll do. Today we have a disconnected system, but someone says, it's a pain in the back for me to go and support that system. If I could only remote into that, it would be great. We tell those, usually the chief engineers on the ships, go run a cable and we'll set it up for you, right? And next day there's a cable. There's a cable from an IT switch to that, and we just do the right work with the network engineering to make sure that port routes to the right VLAN, and then we have the right policies from a firewall standpoint to go to our Zona device. So it's not like we haven't been successful at that too. I think actually that's simple as long as you're willing to run the cables. But on a ship, let me tell you, that's not always an easy job. Right. You got to go through a lot of layers of steel sometimes. So considering that, you can definitely connect what today may be a disconnected system as well.
Yeah, no, that's great. So, continuing that thread. So in terms of lessons learned, so looking back, what's one thing you think you would have done differently in your rollout, if anything?
With all of our projects, there are things that we look back at and we say, we could have delivered this better. We could have done some of our vulnerability checks a little earlier. We actually pen tested these boxes with our partners that do pen testing for us. That is not something that I regret doing when we did, but there are plenty of checks and things that you do through the project lifecycle. Oftentimes when you're trying to do something that there's not a lot of knowledge about, or that not a lot of people have accomplished in the past, right? So you're kind of tinkering at the beginning. We actually built our cloud XCM in a way that we backtracked, and we actually rebuilt it this this same week that we're speaking. Right. So we thought that we could have improvements. We could have the 2 zonas in different availability zones. We could set up ourselves for future hot HA pair or load management. So we said, let's set ourselves up for that in case some of these features do become available in later releases of Zona. Instead of where we were, which we were basically sharing space with other security tools, and we felt like we were, because obviously we have an internet exposure, they don't, right? So there were things obviously that we learned and changed, but overall I think the project has gone very well for us, and we have a really good support team. I'm not sure if that's the same for everyone deploying your solution or a similar solution to yours, but we have a nice deployment team, very supportive and 24/7 for us. So pretty cool.
No, we appreciate that. So people that are still saying, well, no, I like my VPN. I like the way I'm doing things. I don't want to change. What advice would you give them, to other critical infrastructure operators, to convince them to make the jump? Like, what would you say?
To these kind of solutions, yeah, the number one is you can actually leverage different Entra environment. So you can actually have guest Entras to actually manage, Zona accounts. Whereas with your VPN, you're likely using your corporate accounts to onboard folks to these solutions. These are folks that are not always in need of having access to your environment, and not that kind of access that usually comes with the type of accounts that enterprises purchase for individuals. That would be like my first thing is like, do you really need that amount of access that we have to give you so that you can have this VPN? And the answer is probably no. And therefore, just starting there, you can have a use case of like, okay, this is it's a better idea for me to move in this direction, because you're not just going to stand up a whole Entra environment, I guess, just for VPN, a separate set of VPN. So starting there, then, as you move down the flow, it's like now instead of having to jump from server to server, you literally are clicking a link and getting to your ship on right, XCM to CSG. So the way that tunnel is created and the simplicity of that connectivity, right, time savings and everything, I think it's simplified. The fact that the CSGs now can take on downloads, right, and we have a large amount of memory there, so you can actually download through the CSG. The fact that you could do that and you don't need extra architecture now on the way or extra assets to be able to do that, I think that's also a plus. And then, downstream, your recording, for us, extremely important. The fact that we have folks on the ship, so on the site, that are approving the connection, right? So that's a big deal for us, right? Because we wouldn't have done it otherwise. We were very uncomfortable with any solution that didn't empower them to make the decision, now is the right time, or tomorrow's the right time. So that approval process is something that it's not always there, let's say, from a logical standpoint with these jump server solutions, VPN solutions, right? And obviously the logging, the recording capabilities are then icing on the cake, I think. And so to me, throughout the whole life cycle of what these kind of solutions do, there is a case to shift away from a VPN only solution. Yeah. You may have multiple layers. I know some people will sit here probably and say, well, I have 300 layers that make me feel less comfortable. You agree, Neil. But the simplicity of having it all in one solution, I think, is just the key.
Yeah. And there was a question that came up during my talk about a customer that says, well, we still want to use a VPN. And I said, well, great. Still use your VPN, stick a Zona gateway in there, and then still we'll treat that VPN access as untrusted.
Yeah. We gave up on that idea when we saw that we could have a website, and we felt extremely comfortable about all the filtering we have on the cloud side, and then bringing people into the gateways, and the alerting that we created with our SIM, right? So when we had that in place, we felt just so comfortable that we're not going to do the VPN. We actually played with a lot of things, Raid. We played with that. We created a website to then transfer over folks into the CSG. We gave up on that. So then we just created our portal, which is basically on Akamai, and we do a lot of things there on Akamai that as a layer of protection. But there's many ways to skin the cat. That's also true, right? So it's not like your customer might not be wrong with what he's doing, she's doing. They may be doing the right thing for them. I just love the simplicity of what we have.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's great. And again, you are a very large organization, so not everybody will have all the tools and network flexibility that you guys have over there. In terms of future outlook with Carnival, where do you see vendor access going? The next few years, do you think, and how do you think the industry is going to continue to evolve there?
I think there's going to be a very we could see it, we could feel it. There'll be a large adoption of all of our OT through this. Right now, we only put what we deem critical OT, so we have our scope reduced on purpose to make sure we cover at least the tools, the systems that are impacting or that could impact, I should say, safety. And that's like whether they can impact the safety of people, the ship itself, the environment. Those are the systems that we adopt. Now we think that it's going to broaden up. There's a lot of conversation about autonomous in the maritime industry, not in the cruise industry. But we could see how autonomy will require less individuals on the ship, and then that by its own nature will require more needs for remote solutions, right? So there's a trend of that, and I think it'll bleed over to cruising a little bit because we benefit from that industry being so large and training so many individuals that's usually where we get our folks from, right? And that will stop us someday because that's just the future. The ships will go on their own until the port, right? And then the pilot will take over. But for now, I think it'll grow just with just the OT systems that are in place. And then in the future, I think the fact that ships are going autonomous at some point in the future will further increase that need to to remotely connect to these ships to serve OT.
Yeah, that's interesting. So autonomy with respect to, the ships sailing themselves, remote access, providing that level of access so you monitor them remotely. That's it. That's an interesting picture you're painting there. So what's next for Carnival? In terms of new challenges, opportunities. What's next in your cybersecurity journey? So again, your maritime cybersecurity. What's on your plate?
We have a full plate for 5 years. So we paint our picture out. We have been pretty good predictors of that projection. And the way we see our program evolving is we're building the puzzles to solve for NIST, right? And that's our framework. We do comply with multiple global frameworks because we go to a lot of places around the world and a lot of regulation. But the way we see our projection is based on that 5-year plan that we have. It's a little more tooling. I don't want to say too much about what we're doing, but it's a little more tooling from a technology standpoint. It's definitely upskilling the people a bit better. So we do have training programs, but we want to do a lot more there in the people side. And then we have a lot of things from the process side because we have new regulations coming our way. We have new regulations that already are implemented since last year for new builds. So there's plenty for us to grow from, and maturity in the maritime environment, as with many other industries, is very low. So as a whole, the maritime industry has very low maturity. So we have a long way to go to catch up with IT or the more mature folks in OT like energy.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Rourke, have anything for Vernil?
Yeah, I jumped in. We've had a couple of questions come in, Vernil, that I thought I'd pose to you. We've got, what do we have? We have about 8 minutes left here. So one of them was around your conversation, and I think earlier you talked about this a little bit, but how did the conversations go with your OEMs/vendors? How did you go about this process? Was there significant pushback in that process?
Yeah, a lot of pushback. I think the first part is that we got consensus from all of our brands. That for us, that all that means is that we went to all the SMEs in our organization and we got consensus from them to say we will ban that process, that your old process we will ban. So whatever the vendor is giving you, you let them know that we will not allow that in the future. And we gave them ample time. That message went out very early in the journey. And so that was the first step. That put it in their heads. That doesn't mean that they were convinced, but that at least put it in their radar. And then we actually made the effort to call them, talk to them, meet with them, visit them. We went to a lot of their sites and we actually did a lot of testing with them because some of them are obviously non-believers until they see it. So we did some testing with them alongside. We brought them into our ships. We showed them how we already had some of their systems connected by the nature of how they bolted onto our backbone, right? And so we did a little bit of legwork with them. My suggestion would be, number one, make sure your house is in line. So all the folks alongside you are in agreement that that's where you want to go, and then start having the conversations with each vendor. But you got to have the conversation with them. You got to pick up the phone. Oftentimes, you probably have the same issues we have, there were no service level agreements with those vendors, or the MSAs were subpar, or maybe your contractual agreements are also subpar. We had a lot of those where we had to go back and say, yeah, we're not telling you this from a position of power. We're telling you this from a position of collaboration, and this is where we're going. You're in or you're out. We're going to leave you without remote access. We're going to give you remote access. And by the way, what I realized is that most of them, we could tell them about the fact that they're going to save money, because actually you would think about it. You say, well, being on the ship for 5 days, they're making a lot of money, but they're losing that technician out. And I would tell them that technician could serve 3 ships at a time, 4 companies one day instead of just me. So there's a cost saving idea for you. And so I pitched that a lot to them, and that made it easier for us to be able to work together and adopt. But we've been building relationships with these vendors for a long time, so it's nothing new for us as well. So you have a journey ahead of you.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Another question that came up is, assume you're using satellite comms for your ships. How does the remote access work for the ship-based critical systems? Are there latency issues or bandwidth issues?
Yeah, we went to Starlink, and we have a large array of dishes on our ships, an enterprise version of Starlink. You could say, I'm not sure how much you know about it, but it is pretty good, and it works very well. And we get very, very good throughput in terms of bandwidth up and down. And we have not seen an issue. Now, in the past, maybe 2 years ago, when we actually were using the MEO and the high altitude satellites, we had a lot of bandwidth issues, but we didn't have Zona yet going on. So Zona came in at the right time, right when we were switching to Starlink.
Okay, timing is everything, as I say.
Yeah.
Another one here is, do local users on your ships also use the Zona product for accessing onboard systems, onboard information? And does that go through a different type of process?
The process is slightly different, yes. But the way we do it is that the roles on the ship that we deem need to access these systems from the standpoint of they're going to gain some admin controls by doing this, right? Or they're going to make a change to the system. Because most of them have an engineering workstation, right? Where they could do a lot of work, or operator stations where they could do a lot of their work, right? But those in the ship that need to connect to systems for that purpose, or because the system literally is physically in a place that's really far away from their office and they just don't want to walk there, we enable it for them. And what we do is that two roles are always the approvers on the ships anyways. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 2 people approving. Those by default log into the local gateway when they do the approval. But we set up people under them to also be able to log in locally. We do this through single sign-on. So we have a SAML bolt-on to the gateways.
Right.
And everyone on the ship, depending on their role, which we provide access to, they literally don't go to the vendor link that we have, but they just go to the link to the gateways on their ships. So that's the difference there. They go to the gateway instead of going to the XEM. Oh man, the terminology is killing me now. But that's how they log in. Process is just slightly different, but they get very similar access, provided they need it. So one of the key things is, do you need the access, and what is it that you're asking for? Obviously, they own the ship for us. That's our view of it. So we give them what they need usually.
Got it. I think that is the list of all of our questions that have been inbound. We've got 2-3 minutes left. Any final comments from the 2 of you, Raid?
No, I just again I want to thank Vernil for providing his time here. I think again, the disconnected access is the the standard modern way to do remote access. I think people that are still not convinced, need to really look at the risk factors affecting how they're currently continuing to leverage legacy. The threat is real. If you're not monitoring, if you're not in compliance, or you're just trying to pass an audit, those are all minimums. and disconnected access is the future. And again, I would say, Vernil's use case is probably on the tail end of the complex, because again, he has mobile assets, right? That could be anywhere around the world. So, if a corporation like Carnival can secure their assets through disconnected, remote access, I think, any industry can draw parallels there.
Yep, agreed. Vernil, yeah, thank you very much for being with us today. Any final comments from you?
Thank you. Appreciate you, Raid. Yeah, I agree with you, Raid. What's interesting, I guess, about the maritime industry, and I didn't mention this at the beginning, is that we have floating municipalities. So, anything you could think of in a municipality, we provide that service. We generate electricity, we have water and sewer, we have waste management. We create drinking water, right, with reverse osmosis. So we actually do a lot of creative things that most municipalities don't do. And so we get to see a suite of things that are unique to a lot of different industries, right? So that's a cool thing. So I agree with your statement very much. And I would say to anyone, like I said, I am vendor agnostic. So whether it's Zona you're selecting or any solution that does this for you, I think it's the right thing for you to make sure you have control over the remote access into your company, who's coming in, when they're coming in, why they need to come in, and that you're some layer of control related to approving that connectivity. So thank you so much for inviting me to this. I appreciate it as well.
Thank you for your time, Vernil.
100%. Preach on. We agree. All right. Well, thank you very much for joining today. I think we have other sessions coming up, and so enjoy the day.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you guys for hosting it for a little while and showing up to attend UniCon. Good talk so far. Appreciate you.
All right. Thanks, Trey.
All right. So coming up next, we have Steve Carter and Kevin Schwartz coming on to talk to you guys about some signals, noise, and priorities. Let's get them added on. Here we go.
Hey, thank you so much, Trey. And I think Steve, correct me if I'm wrong. I think this one's on VIP. Is signals later, or am I mixing those up?
Yeah, I think right now we had the 15-minute tour through VIP, and then signals are in about 45 minutes, I believe, or an hour.
Well, there you go. That could have been my mistake then.
No worries. We want to make sure we're on point here. I know we're running up on time, so I'll be very quick. Just introduce Steve Carter, who, as you can see, is CEO and co-founder here at Nucleus. A quick note: we will be raffling off a little prize at the end of this, so for the folks that are here, please stay tuned for that. And we'll do some Q&A at the end. But otherwise, I'll get out of the way and hand it over to Steve.
All right, awesome. Well, hey folks, thank you all for being here today. As Kevin mentioned, I'm Steve Carter. I am CEO and one of 3 co-founders at Nucleus Security. And today I'm here to tell you about our Vulnerability Intelligence Platform, or VIP for short. Hopefully you've heard of Nucleus Security, but if you haven't, it's okay. We are a unified vulnerability and exposure management company. That's what we're most known for. And we're actually the leading pure play vendor in this space. But today I'm going to have a demo for you. I'm not going to be demoing our core technology. Today I'm actually going to be demoing our vulnerability intelligence platform, or VIP for short. We recently launched that. It was around the time of Black Hat. But before I do that, I want to tell you a little bit of the backstory about how VIP came to life and why it's so valuable. So one of the things that we do at Nucleus is we help our customers triage, prioritize, and focus on fixing the vulnerabilities that really matter most. And one of the primary ways that we do that, and we're able to do that, is by operationalizing the best possible vulnerability intelligence through the Nucleus core platform. And over time, we realized that our customers, we didn't realize, they told us they had many different sources of vulnerability intelligence that they wanted to see reflected in our platform. Some free, some commercial. Sometimes they have proprietary internal intel that they wanted to see reflected in our platform and overlaid across their data. So we started by building an aggregator for vulnerability intelligence feeds. We're really good at aggregation at Nucleus, so it was a great first step, as a simple first step for us. But pretty quickly, they want an interface to explore the entirety of the vulnerability intelligence that exists for all vulnerabilities, not just the intel associated with the vulnerabilities already discovered in their environment by scanning tools, which is what we were showing them in our core UVM platform. We all know that vulnerability scanning and detection tools lag behind sometimes by several days, sometimes a week, sometimes up to 2 weeks. And by the time signatures are updated and you scan everything, too much time has gone by in some cases. And so one of the primary motivations here was to give vulnerability analysts a head start so that they could potentially remediate vulnerabilities prior to detection by their scanning tools. So we built an interface to all that intel that we had aggregated. That was the next step. And then, of course, really quickly after that, we had demands for search features, for alerting features, for the ability to continuously monitor for specific vulnerabilities. And so we built all of that and continue to build more. And so today, what we essentially have is a threat intel platform, or a TIP, kind of a light version of a TIP that's highly specialized for vulnerability management and exposure management. And so we named it VIP. I should also mention that last week we launched our own Nucleus vulnerability intelligence feed. We call it Nucleus Insights. And so now, if you have commercial vulnerability intel, you can bring your own license for those, or you can use Nucleus Insights, which should eliminate the need for most other commercial intel. Looks like Kevin's here showing some slides. I think since we don't have a whole lot of time here, Kevin, it probably makes sense just to jump right into the fun part and show the demo so that we don't run out of time here. So I will go ahead and share my screen. Let's see. I haven't done this in StreamYard, but let's figure it out. Screen. All right, hopefully everyone can see my screen here. If you can't, let me know. But this is kind of the main dashboard for VIP, and there's a lot of functionality in here, a lot of different things you're seeing on this page. But to keep it simple and kind of scope down for a short demo, I wanted to assume the role of Bob, a vulnerability analyst. And Bob's job is to stay on top of emerging vulnerabilities, emerging threats. So he's monitoring the 130 or so new vulnerabilities that are disclosed each day to determine if they impact his organization, and if so, to what degree and what the next steps are. So when you first log into VIP, this is the dashboard that you'll see. And like I mentioned, Bob, he's got a job to do. So the first thing that he's looking at is this upper left-hand corner, the monitor search alerts. And this list tells him the specific vulnerabilities that he needs to take a look at, to triage, and potentially take some action on. And I'll get into where this list comes from later. But before I do that, I just want to kind of show you some high level here. So Bob clicks on one of these alerts and he sees that over here on the right side, there's one vulnerability in this alert that he needs to have a look at. So he's going to click this to open up the vulnerability details page. And here you can see all of the intelligence about a specific vulnerability that VIP is aware of. So here he can take a quick read of the summary. And when he does, he realizes that this is a vulnerability against his, it looks like Sitecore. I think that's a CMS application, like content management system. And he can scroll down here to see that both Nucleus and his own custom internal threat rating rated this as a critical vulnerability. And from here, he can start to dig in at a much lower level to really understand all the reasons why. He can look at things like social media chatter and what's being said in different on X and other social media platforms. He can look at all the alerts and advisories from CISA and the vendor and everything else here, blog posts, things like that. But if Bob doesn't really have time for a lot of manual analysis, he can answer his most important questions really quickly here in this section. So here you can see we've seen observed exploitation in the wild. The exploit's weaponized. It's not exploited by malware, but it is exploited by some form of ransomware. It is on the CISA Kev list, and it was a 0-day in the past. I believe there's a patch out for it now, is what I saw up here somewhere. And so So from here, Bob can, he can dig in even more. He might have all the information he needs, but if he wants to go a step further, he can scroll down further and kind of dig into some of the specifics. So if he's curious about which specific malware is exploiting this vulnerability, he can read all about that malware, which industries it's targeting, TTPs, things like that. You've got all the references. You've got the threat groups that are exploiting the malware. You've got the patch, you've got mitigations. All this information here is kind of just right here at his fingertips. He doesn't have to go out and hunt for it. And so right away, Bob will probably realize that this is something that he needs to take some action on. Someone in his organization needs to take some action on. So he would go up here and change the status to validate as applicable. And he might even come over here and leave a note for maybe a remediator or the asset owner to say, this is a urgent priority. Patch ASAP. Okay. And then after he does this, he's going to go and figure out who owns this asset. He's going to figure out what they can do to get it patched quickly. If there's some alternative remediation steps or compensating controls or things like that. So that's really, one kind of high level use case for VIP, very common use case. What I like to do is kind of dig in a little bit into what's happening behind the scenes to kind of enable all this, because it looks really simple, easy to use, and it is, but there's a lot going on behind the scenes. So the first thing I want to do is show you the vulnerabilities page, which is the full list of all vulnerabilities that VIP is aware of. And from here, you can easily search across every source of intelligence we have in every field to construct queries at a very granular level. So for example, really basic example, if you wanted to just search for phones that are in the SysACAV list, this is a very popular thing to do. There you go, you search.
Steve, just wanted to let you know your screen is stuck on the alert details.
Oh, it's stuck. Okay, let's see. All right.
There we go.
You can see now, right on. All right, so now you can see I put in a search query right up here at the top. I click search. We've got the entire list of SysACAV vulnerabilities right here. And from here, I can easily save my search. I'll show you how that works. I can give the search a name, SysACAV. I can basically have this search run continuously in the background so that I can monitor it for new results. And this is really powerful. Let's say I want to run it every hour, maybe every 30 minutes. I want to be notified when new vulnerabilities are surfaced or disclosed that match this criteria. If they do, I'm going to call this let's call it a critical severity. And I've got several different options for notification channels. So I'll just click in-app here. And important to note, this is one of the ways that Bob will see on his dashboard one of those alerts that he needs to then drill into, as if he has an in-app alert. And so this is just kind of one way to monitor the vulnerabilities that you care about. The other major way to monitor vulnerabilities in VIP is to monitor the software that you care about the most. So I'll show you the software page really quick. I know we're running out of time here. And here you can see that Bob is monitoring two different vendors, Fortinet and Cisco, two specific products, MoveIt and RDP. And then down here, some very specific, you can monitor specific versions of specific products. And generally, this is a pretty short list. And the bar is a little bit lower here because these technologies, these products, they represent the technologies that are most exposed, right? Generally, your internet-facing stuff. And these are the types of things that you want to get eyes on before they're exploited in the wild, before POC exploit code is available, things like that. So even lower severity, lower risk vulnerabilities, you want to get eyes on and perform some kind of assessment. So this is a way to monitor for those vulnerabilities as well. And then finally, I want to go back up here. All of this monitoring at a very low level, very powerful. It's super granular, but a lot of organizations have already determined what what is critical, what is a high risk in their organization. They might have a risk team that's decided that. But regardless, it's generally a positive thing because there's a lot of transparency and clarity around what it means for a vulnerability to be deemed a critical risk or a critical threat. And so in those cases, we have what we call a custom risk rating system that our users here can create to reflect the rating system that they have in their organization. And so the best way to think about this is essentially tying certain risk or threat levels to specific queries. So I can add as many levels as I want to this risk rating system or this threat rating system. I can go in here and essentially define the query that I want using all the intelligence that VIP knows about to map to a specific threat rating that I've defined. So this is very powerful, again, for getting alignment across your team and being very, very clear about what different threat ratings mean in the organization. And with that, I think we have 1 minute left. So I'm going to stop sharing and wrap up. I'm not sure if we have any questions or any time for questions, but I'll just pause there. Let's see.
Thank you, Steve. I haven't seen anything come through. That was a power breakdown of VIP in 10 minutes, which is very impressive. If anybody does have any additional questions, we're happy to schedule some time with you. If you're on site at Falcon, for example, our team's there. Swing by our booth, or anybody on your team. If not, I'll drop a link. It's nucleusec.com. Feel free to reach out to us, and we can definitely chat a little bit more. And yeah, I don't know if Daphne's can get the wheel up. We can do the raffle drawing now if we have it. If not, I believe Chris is here. Thank you, Trey. So I think we've got Chris Peltz coming up next, which is I'm very excited for this presentation. Then Steve, we've got you back again in about 45 minutes.
All right.
Thank you.
I'll see you soon, Kevin.
Sounds good. Thanks so much, Steve.
Thanks.
Hey, Chris, how are you? Oh, can't hear you. Hold on. I think you're on mute.
Yeah, that would help. Hey, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you doing?
Doing great. Thanks for having me.
Of course. Thank you for joining, and thanks to the Skype and UniCon team for enabling this. It's a really cool format, and we're happy to be here. Wanted to introduce Chris Peltz to everybody, and Chris, I'll do a quick intro for you, and then hand it off to you. I think they might have your slides, but if you have them, feel free to try to share as well. Everybody, as you're listening, watching, please put any questions in the Q&A. We can address those at the end. We'll do a raffle at the end of this, just like the previous one, though. I think we're just going to grab some, spin later, and we'll reach out to you if and when needed. Excited to introduce, as mentioned, Chris Peltz. He's the Director of Security Strategy and Architecture at GuidePoint Security. Chris has been a technology professional, both as a practitioner and a leader in industries ranging from healthcare to software development to finance. Chris focuses on the find and fix areas of cybersecurity for the last decade, including vulnerability management, application security, cloud security, and I'm sure a whole lot more. Most recently, Chris founded actually the Oasis Opens Technical Committee to develop an open source exposure management framework, which he's going to get to further in this talk. With that, take it away, Chris.
Great. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the intro. I'm going to share my screen again. I was messing around with this, and I think I've got the right combination. Kevin, if you could just confirm with me, you're now seeing my title slide, right? I can't see the chat. You can see it? Awesome. Thanks. Well, definitely appreciate everyone joining today, and thanks for having me. As Kevin mentioned, I've focused about the last decade on these find and fix areas of security, and about the last 2 years on continuous threat exposure management, aka CTEM. And so those of us who have really been heads down in trying to operationalize CTEM, we kind of have been asking the question lately, what even is CTEM now, and where do we go from here? So where are we at with continuous threat exposure management? And then how do we take this to the next step? So with that said, just a quick refresher on the major elements, right? We're approaching 3 years ago, Gartner started writing about continuous threat exposure management. And some of the main points of continuous threat exposure management, or CTEM, compared to your traditional vulnerability management, is to orient your program around business functions, which Gartner calls scopes, rather than specific technology populations like servers or virtual workloads. So actually saying, being able to tell the story back to the organization, this is the actual organizational risk these exposures face because we've linked them to a function of our organization rather than a risk owner or a line of business. Another important part of CTEM is to assess exposure across these different technology populations. And what Gartner really evangelized and still does is your exposure management program should be more than just your servers and things like that. It should include identity layer, SaaS, leaked data, IoT, OT. These populations where maybe we had a point program or a point practice, CTEM should be a parent practice that kind of unites and directs all these different formerly siloed areas of security, so that we can correlate and better tell an exposure story across those domains. Another big thing in CTEM is seeking fewer false positives and negatives. And that validation phase of the life cycle is part of how they try to rid false positives. The discovery phase, doing this function-based discovery where we say, hey, we want to report exposure on the payment processing part of our business. What supports payment processing from a technology perspective? If you do that scope-based discovery, you're actually less likely to have false negatives as well, because you're more likely to find the technology that supports the payment processing. So it's kind of an interesting nuance of CTEM to try to help the data level as well. And then we want to exhaust our limited resources. We'll never fix everything, but we want to make sure that we're properly expending all of our limited resources on the most severe exposures, those things that are most detrimental to our organization and that are the most likely to be exploited. So as we see, we have the life cycle of CTEM on the right here. The idea from Gartner was a non-technology best practice, kind of like a zero trust. And it has this life cycle of scoping, which is where you determine your functions, and then you drive those functions through discovery, prioritization, validation, and mobilization. So I assume our audience here has a good understanding of this, but just like to level set in case you don't. So now that we've kind of studied up on CTEM over the last 2-3 years, and in my role, I have the privilege of operationalizing CTEM at a lot of different organizations in a lot of different industries. So big, small organizations, different verticals. We kind of have seen the good, and we'll call it the good and the whatever of CTEM. So let's start with the good. What's been really positive, or what's really impressive about the ideas of CTEM are these scopes. In the precursor to CTEM, which a lot of us called risk-based vulnerability management, there was this idea that we wanted to target likely impactful and severe vulnerabilities. So bad vulnerabilities that were likely to happen and would have a detrimental business outcome. So that impact area of traditional vulnerability management isn't new, but a lot of organizations struggled to really operationalize that at scale. And I think it's really impressive that Gartner came up with this concept of scopes that are linked more towards a function of an organization rather than, as I mentioned, risk owners, lines of business, business units are how we used to try to tag business impact. But it adds fidelity when we target a business function. So these scopes they're a currency we can use to try to business align our operation. Another really impressive part of CTEM is it addresses the true breadth of the data we're getting today. Most modern organizations have a wide variety of technology they use. And that's everything from traditional infrastructure to public cloud to SaaS, IT and or OT. And there's just this mix of technologies that we have varying levels of control over, right? In a SaaS tenant, usually we only have responsible use. We don't manage the infrastructure that runs our SaaS. So Gartner did a good job of saying exposure management should encompass all of our vectors for exposure, whether we control them or not, whether they're host-like or not, or persistent or not. So that was a very positive step. Validation, trying to whittle down this pile of exposure data we get to just what is validated as exploitable within our environment, was a really good idea in theory. And I have a little asterisk there because we'll visit these in the whatever section. But validation's a great idea as a means to help add additional fidelity and to build rapport with stakeholders. So as we partner with our operational peers in an organization to drive change, we can say, hey, we've taken a lot of steps to make sure the information we're handing you is accurate. And then finally, another great part of CTEM is the output of the mobilization phase, the last phase of that life cycle. If you dig through the Gartner materials, they advocate for upstream posture improvements. So they have these two elements of mobilization. One are called treatments, which is kind of like a fix or a mitigation step. It's a single action to resolve things, but they also make mention of, hey, if there's something upstream that could have prevented these problems, that should be something that's an outcome there. And that also has a little asterisk because we'll visit that in the whatever. So, please don't mistake it. There were a lot of very progressive and a lot of very impressive ideas that came out of the CTEM writing. Now, as we go to do them, though, we've kind of experienced some of the things I'll call the whatever. I'm not going to call them the bad. I'll call it the whatever in life. So one of the problems we face is organizations tend to lack scalable validation capabilities. So though it's great to have validation as a lifecycle stage in CTEM, we tend to find the average organization doesn't have something rigorous and scalable and elegant to actually do that. And sometimes it can be confusing where validation actually would sit in your lifecycle. And we'll visit that a little bit later. Another thing that's kind of whatever is, even though Gartner prescribes it, they don't actually give a methodology for that upstream improvement. So they make mention of how mobilization, an outcome of that should be, what's a through line of my exposure data and how can I go upstream and fix that? How can I have more secure architecture, et cetera, and so forth? But they don't really give us a blueprint for how we can make a practice of that in our organization. So good idea, but it's kind of left to us to operationalize. My pet peeve is that vendors have used CTEM as a product term. That's obviously not Gartner's fault. They were fairly clear, at least in my eyes, that it's a best practice paradigm, just like how Zero Trust was a best practice paradigm that a lot of vendors conflated as a technology term. So I think that adds to confusion when we talk with industry peers about CTEM. Some people, their head immediately goes to a set of technologies, but CTEM is a paradigm and we need a collection of technologies to truly operationalize it. And speaking of operationalization, there is a lack of operational guidance. So Gartner tells us a life cycle. They give us some concepts of what good looks like, but not really definitions of what good looks like or how do we get started. So as we've built these programs for partner organizations, there's a lot of that burden that falls on the end organization and us. We kind of have to make our own way, find our own way. It's great to have that freedom, but it would be great if we had a little bit more structure. There's no objective maturity scale for CTEM, and I would expand that to most find and fix security domains. Additionally, things like cloud security, your traditional vulnerability management, identity security. There aren't these industry scales of maturity like how we have that in the OWASP SAM, for instance. For secure software development, we have an objective maturity scale. There's not an analogous published scale for CTEM. And then finally, if I have ephemeral or agentic workloads, so if you're doing your AI bingo at home, I did say agentic, so you got your AI reference in this talk. But CTEM is a paradigm that it's a little tricky when we have a critical mass of short-lived resources, or again, an agentic workflow where an AI agent is executing, and we may not have a lot of control or visibility into that. And again, it's a series of very short-lived actions. So as we try to make this a reality at scale in our business, these whatever points are what we kind of trip on. This next slide is where are we at today with adoption? So in my role, I have the privilege of working on CTEM with a lot of organizations of all shapes and sizes. The numbers you see on the screen are from me and me alone. They're Chris's own personal anecdotal observations. I know that there's probably a cell in the basement of Gartner, like they kept the juggernaut in for me someday over a lot of the things I say and observe about CTEM. And hopefully, like the juggernaut, I'll get out of that cell someday. But to my eye, as I've talked to hundreds of organizations, I would say that about a third of them, 35% or so, are still working on comprehending what CTEM means. So those ideas from the very first slide, what is it? What does it mean to us? Or trying to translate it into their practices at a very pre-planning level. There's about 10-15% of orgs I've spoken with that have honestly just renamed their traditional vulnerability management and or AppSec program to something like a CTEM program or an exposure management EM program. And that's it. They haven't actually infused any of Gartner's ideas. They've just kind of taken the name. Then about upwards of almost half of the organizations I've observed, they're busy working on something like expanding their discovery capabilities. And as a reminder, in CTEM, discovery means not just discovering technology, but identifying the weaknesses, the vulnerabilities, the misconfigurations in that. That's all part of what CTEM calls discovery. They're either working on optimizing what they've got or understanding, hey, we understand we need to do SaaS posture assessment. We don't have anything to assess the hygiene of our SaaS app. So let's, explore a technology capability and try to onboard it. That kind of thing in discovery, or I have a lot of disparate data. How can this all go in one place and tell a consistent story about exposure? And whether they're doing those discovery and prioritization efforts because they've read CTEM materials and they're aspiring to have CTEM maturity, or whether they're just are doing it for the sake of doing it and it's supportive of those, that varies org to org, but about 45%, almost 50% of the clients I've seen are doing something more with the finding vulnerabilities and the getting them aggregated, normalized, reporting in a schema. Then up to the rare air, about 5% of organizations I've seen are actually working on CTEM, dyed-in-the-wool CTEM. And most of them are still working on the scoping phase of their initial most critical scopes, and tagging those with metadata, working with partners in the organization like their GRC team, other compliance or partners to really align with what is the risk profile of the organization, what are those functions, and trying to retool on those functions. And then finally, I'd say another 5% really have a program that is reminiscent of what Gartner's describing, whether they did that because they read those materials and quickly in the last year and a half or so were able to pivot to that, or if they just were lucky or very future minded where they developed a program that ends up looking like CTEM on their own. But at the end of the day, the breakdown is definitely on we haven't had a critical mass of CTEM adoption. When we look at those who don't really seem to grasp the concepts or agree with them, and those who have just kind of thrown up their hands and renamed their program, I consider those the orgs that are suffering either confusion or delusion. That's almost half of the orgs I've seen, 40-ish to 50-ish%. And then when you look at that 45 or 50% that have, they're working on their tool sets mainly. They're working on finding vulnerabilities or new ways to report vulnerabilities. They have speed. They're really doing a good job of trying to optimize, trying to expand their capabilities, but they're lacking direction. So that's speed without velocity. In velocity, we need speed and a direction. So they may not be heading truly towards CTEM, and some may be. And then you truly have around maybe 10% of orgs that are actually doing true execution, whether they're looking at CTEM or not. So the question becomes, of those top two buckets, of the confused and those who are moving maybe without direction, why are we there? Partly, we've observed there's some headwinds to CTEM adoption. So they kind of break down to failure to launch and failure to execute. And a lot of folks, the majority of those who fail in the fail to launch. And that can be due to a combination of a lack of understanding, as we went over, a lack of time, a lack of the right personnel or enough personnel. You can get started in CTEM without buying anything. It's something we really coach folks on. There's a lot of things in scoping that only take a little bit of time. They don't take budget. But sometimes organizations do have a technology need that is a deal breaker, and the lack of budget is a headwind. Sometimes there's cultural inertia, and the business really is set in their ways in one or many ways. And project management barriers, what I mean by that is that at some organizations, folks' time is accounted for in the PMO for up to like 2 years out. And so they can start some CTEM work, but it's really extracurricular. And they can't really focus on CTEM practice development for something like a year from now. So those are some reasons why we see organizations not even start. And then those who've started but are struggling to scale or mature their CTEM efforts, sometimes it's because we don't have a science behind scoping. There's a lot of gray area where you can self-interpret what Gartner is saying and define scopes as you see fit. And I've done a lot of workshops with organizations I'm kind of like their dungeon master. I guide them through the process of scoping. And without that, it can be confusing. It can be a barrier. As we mentioned in an earlier slide, there's no documented implementation journey. There's nothing like implementation groups in CIS. Oh, start with these things and do it this way. And that can be paralyzing at times. A lot of times I may have a set of tools that don't really match the CTEM lifecycle. One good example of that is I may have a tool that's like an automatic pen testing tool. And that means it's going to actually validate in the discovery phase and then prioritize kind of all in one. And if I'm reading the manual on CTEM and I'm looking at the lifecycle, I may come away with this feeling of the capabilities I have today don't really match this lifecycle. And so your choices are, well, you could tweak the lifecycle or come up with some custom version of it. But a lot of folks just get confused and kind of put it on the shelf. A lot of times we do want to follow Gartner's advice and say, yeah, we want to mix across domains, identity and infrastructure and data levels, but we're struggling to actually correlate that. The capabilities and processes we have don't match up that data in a way that's usable for us. That's a problem that's not perfectly solved by anyone, by the way. And so some of these things where you have failures to execute we're just waiting on technology to kind of make things a bit more elegant or doable. Gartner doesn't prescribe a specific prioritization methodology. So there's a lot of times, a lot of orgs will ask, do I do a risk number, like a risk rating as a letter grade or a numeric value? Do I still use SLAs? What do I do there? We have a lot of freedom. And again, freedom in this context can be paralyzing. A lot of times the data, when we cross those domains and those technical barriers, it's incongruent. Great example, a CVE and a misconfiguration don't share a lot of the same attributes or data fields. And as we get into things like Gartner mentions leaked data. So if my business function, my scope, has intellectual property, Gartner would probably recommend you should use your threat intelligence to look for IP leakage, intellectual property disclosure of your IP. Well, that finding coming from threat intel, it's not going to be like a CVE. It's not going to be like a CWE or even a misconfiguration. So you end up with this basket of findings and they don't share a common denominator that's usable in a lot of reporting platforms. And so that sometimes can be a failure to execute as well. And then finally, if I magically, it wouldn't be magic, if through hard work and diligence, I was able to accomplish everything here. If I was to avoid or solve all of these headwinds, I'm still stuck in a find and fix paradigm, because we start with scoping and we go through mobilization. And that's really a life cycle that's all about finding vulnerabilities and exposures and all the way through triaging and fixing them. It's not really focusing on preventing these things. All these exposures came from something upstream that wasn't secure, that wasn't a best practice. And there's not enough focus on that. And that gets us stuck on this hamster wheel we've been on for years of I'm finding and fixing. It's just a new hamster wheel. So what are the lessons learned? As I mentioned, I've focused on find and fix security for a decade now, all the way from vulnerability management through this CTEM. Some of the major lessons that I would like to share are, the first is the best return on investment and effort is always prevention rather than finding and fixing. Ounce of prevention is pound of cure. In our organizations, that's time, money, effort. These life cycles in security that really start with identifying vulnerabilities through triage of vulnerabilities do us a disservice in which we're not focusing on an effective, scalable way to prevent these things. It's kind of like an idea of, yep, let's find the problems, let's measure their risk, and we'll deal with why these exist later. And they don't set us up for success on that. But our best return on investment as an organization, secure architecture, secure design, even things like enablement. It's not just for developers. If I'm a sysadmin and I'm conversant in my platform and the best practices on proactively maintaining it and achieving lifecycle management, I'm going to not make as many choices and mistakes that lead to exposures in production environments. So the best return on investment and effort is always preventing rather than finding and fixing. Even modern progressive life cycles like CTEM, they do struggle with ephemeral and agentic workloads. Again, mark your AI bingo card. As we have more short-lived and hostless workloads, as we get into different responsibility models like SaaS and PaaS, and of course, as we have AI executing and spinning up infrastructure for us, those we don't get as much opportunity to find and fix exposure in. It's in a lot of those workloads, I either prevented it, I gated it, I did something to make it immutable, or, well, that was that. An insecure workload ran, and I may or may not even know it. So that's one thing to scrutinize any life cycle in exposure management is if it doesn't accommodate short-lived or outside of your control workloads. Prioritization has always been the passion in vulnerability management. But if we are trying to prioritize without correlating properly, or as I like to say, collating properly even, there's diminishing returns. So what does that mean? It means if I just look at vulnerabilities and I stack rank them based on how severe each vulnerability is on its own, I'm doing myself a disservice. Really, they should be grouped by either a like fix or some commonality. And a correlation might be, you see some of these technologies introducing these toxic combinations. Those are a good example of a correlation where, I have a misconfiguration and a severe vulnerability. These two weaknesses are one exposure. Any prioritization model you have that doesn't group like that in some logical, actionable way before measuring the risk, it's going to make it harder to actually A, tell that risk story back to the organization, and B, action on that exposure. And this is really, I call it the never-ending math problem. For years and years and years, we've heard rhetoric from whether it's vendors or industry peers to say, we got to take our million vulns and knock them down to the 3% that matter. And that's a great idea, but without properly correlating or collating, if we're not grouping them in an intelligent way, there's a point where you get diminished returns on that. A lot of times I see organizations where they already have a set of tools, they already have enough threat intelligence that's really indicating where the worst exposures are. Really what they could use to reduce that number is more correlation or a validation that would weed out some of them as truly false positives where they're not exploitable. And then finally, another lesson I've learned is most programs really lack a scalable relationship between the exposure data and the upstream root causes. And part of it is most organizations have settled in this paradigm of I work in security, I measure the risk on the exposure, I triage these to my either developer or operational peers, and that's kind of how this relationship works. When all exposures are the result of something upstream that failed to happen, what would help us as organizations kind of get out of this rut of, oh, I'm an assurance persona, I just find problems and complain about them or send them off. If there was some data relationship between the exposure we're seeing and something upstream, and whether that's something that's a human-driven collaboration or something where we're trying to use the data we have to drive and synthesize those improvements, those systemic improvements, that you have some choice there. And it's all about your organization, your culture, your capabilities, etc. So what comes next, right? So we agree CTEM was a great idea. We've had some whatever moments in operationalizing it. We see some opportunities to expand on it. And that's really where I'm excited to speak more about what we're up to in our technical committee. So Oasis Open, they're a nonprofit standards organization for certifying open source projects and standards, in this case, security standards. They've chartered a technical committee to draft what we call the Open Exposure Management Framework. And this is meant to be something that's complementary to the other frameworks you already subscribe to, like your NIST, your CIS. If you are a devotee of CTEM, the OEMF is meant to be a complementary framework that helps solve some of these headwinds, intends to solve some of these headwinds that we faced in CTEM operationalization. So it's not to say, hey, CTEM is dead, here's an open source framework, but it's really a tool in your tool belt to help make exposure management maturity a reality in your organization or business. So what our committee, and Stephen Carter, who just gave you a demo, and he'll be following me with a conversation as well. He's one of the founding committee members as well. Really what we're trying to do on this committee is develop an open source, completely free framework for exposure management that expands the life cycle into preventative efforts. So I like to compare it a lot to the OWASP SAM, except for exposure management, because the OWASP SAM has a breadth of domains, everything from enabling developers and doing secure development, threat modeling, et cetera, through actual testing and what to do about chasing down bugs, flaws, vulnerabilities. We're targeting a similar life cycle, all the way from enabling our teammates through secure design architecture, even things like gating. Then we hit those more CTEM analogous lifecycle stages to find, process, and then resolve exposures. And with a huge emphasis on reducing toil. Toil meaning the efforts we take in finding and fixing vulnerabilities that could have been prevented. These things where we're spending a lot of time optimizing, discovering tools, triaging things, arguing with folks, escalating things, really trying to drive at scale upstream improvements. Another outcome we're seeking in the committee is redefined role of assessment. So I mentioned earlier, organizations sometimes struggle with operationalizing the CTEM lifecycle exactly as it was drawn up because they have technologies that blend or blur discovery, prioritization, and validation capabilities. And the OEMF hopes to avoid that problem by navigating that a little bit more to what we have today, and providing and arming stakeholders with an objective maturity scale for exposure management with defined maturity milestones. That's such a huge part that we've been lacking in vulnerability management for years and years and years. Even if we want to do a NIST assessment and measure ourselves with CMMI scoring, it's sometimes tricky because NIST really likes our SOC. NIST really likes some other parts of security, and it kind of, it touches on vulnerability management, application security, but in more cursory ways that make it harder to score our maturity. And that's typically when I've seen NIST maturity outputs. If organizations show me their latest maturity assessment, I tend to notice that there's not a lot of nuance or depth in the ratings of the domains that intersect their exposure management. And so really we're hoping to complement NIST by saying, hey, just like how you could do a SAM assessment for security development, and rate your own maturity, or have a consultant partner rate you for you. We want to have the same free open framework for this is what good looks like. Here are maturity milestones. You can rate yourself on exposure maturity or have a partner organization do it. We want to provide clear tactical guidance for operationalizing it, almost like implementation groups. Hey, we would start upstream in the preventative phases, and here, if you do nothing else, do these 5 things. And then later on work, these materials would be like end of next year, but defining capabilities and outputs for the intent of alleviating these inconsistencies, both inconsistencies and understanding what capabilities would help you across these domains like identity versus infrastructure versus data. But also once I actually have navigated and I've armed myself with capabilities that can find exposure information across those domains, I get this incongruent data. And so really what we're hoping to do from the project is give some advice on ways that can get lined up, maybe even a spec here and there. But that's later stage work. Within the next 6 months to 8 months, we expect to have those first 4 bullets handled: the life cycle, the framework, the maturity scale, and the implementation groups. And then finally, a scalable methodology for mapping weaknesses to upstream causes. To be a broken record, we prefer to prevent rather than find and fix. But how do we arm the average organization with a methodology to actually do that? To take the data we have today, we have existing exposures today. How do we take that state we're living in and at scale drive these upstream improvements? Sometimes when there's a history of us not succeeding there. So you may be wondering, what can I do? What can I do in terms of advancing CTEM maturity for my organization, avoiding some of these headwinds, or adopting these progressive ideas in general? Well, what you can do is you can start or continue your journey to define business functions or scopes and use that to drive your exposure management program. So I really, as I mentioned, the OEMF is meant to be a more holistic tool that's complementary to other frameworks. The idea that Gartner put forth of orienting our exposure management practice in terms of business functions is still a very valid thing to do. So if you're doing that today, please continue on. That's a great practice. If you haven't started, I would really recommend trying it out. It's just a little bit of time. It's a paper exercise. Play around with it. And, at the end, I'll have my contact info. If you're really stuck against a wall, feel free to reach out and say, hey, we tried to scope our business and it's just, this isn't making sense. But that's something you can be doing today if you haven't done it already. Remember, CTEM is an iterative life cycle. So we iterate through it on a regular basis and seek to improve and make it more granular. So if I have all of my scopes defined and labeled in my CTEM practice, every time I complete a cycle, how can I get more granular? Can I break down a scope into some subscopes to get even more specific? Is there a new technology population I can onboard into my discovery phase? So in addition, even if you have some success with scoping or if you've run through some cycles of CTEM, there's continue trying to improve in those ways. We can document technologies that support critical scopes. So I always like to pick on payment processing. If my organization has defined payment processing as a critical function of our business, like we lose $1 million a minute when we don't process payments, that's a critical scope. Gartner would call that an MCP, a mission critical priority. If I've defined some of my mission critical priorities as scopes, my payment processing function, that's mission critical to my scope, document all the technology that supports it. I may not have a way to assess vulnerabilities in all of those technologies, but get that on paper. Again, this is something I can put in a wiki for free today. It's just some time, effort, and thought. And that's something we can do while we sort of sort out what maturity looks like and while technology meets us where we need to be. And document gaps we have. Okay, yep, the payment processing function of our business is 90% SaaS. We don't have something to assess the security of that SaaS. That's okay. Document that. That's something that you can caveat when you report on exposure to the business, and it'll help you with long-term planning of your practice. Seek ways to collaborate across these silos, especially if you are at a large organization. We've done a great job of having our little kingdoms and our little silos and our little corners. But collaborating is the first step towards actually driving these improvements. If we're going to start processing a collection of exposure data across vulnerability management, application security, cloud data, identity data, SaaS data, OT data, and bring in threat intelligence and much more, the first step is let's have our teams and our stakeholders get comfortable with working with each other across these domains. Yes, we understand we're specialized, but this program encompasses all of this. What are ways that we can have that correlated, consistent exposure story? If you work on a small team and you say, we don't have little kingdoms, there's only 3 of us, and we cover all of those domains ourselves, put yourself in the mindset of, hey, I'm looking for exposures that are the intersection of all of these areas. What can I do in my daily work, my processes, how we've configured things to actually start crossing these domain barriers? Even if I don't have a technology that's great at correlating or aggregating or normalizing, and I plan to explore that later, get that thought process, get everyone comfortable with crossing these barriers that we've really built up at some organizations. We want to identify and document these areas of toil. That's the phrase I like to use for there seem to be repeating cyclical efforts where we have to find and fix exposures. And if we are seeming to see the same types of exposures over and over, we want to identify and document them. And then we can go look for them elsewhere. An example of this being, I worked with an organization. They had a lot of third-party software vulnerabilities in the cloud. They weren't all the same vulnerabilities, but we kept seeing them over and over again. So they were documented, ran down this documented issue, and it turns out they weren't patching third-party software in the cloud at all. They were only patching operating systems. A lot of times I found that even very pervasive problems across an organization, they might have one or a few common causes. And you set yourself up for success in exploring those causes and running them down if you can identify areas of toil. Why do I keep doing the same thing? Why do I keep seeing the same type of misconfiguration, vuln? Can I introduce something upstream to fix this while we try to solve this with better technology in the future? And finally, if anything I've said today about this open source project interests you, obviously it's a collaborative effort across multiple organizations. So feel free to explore and sign up or reach out if you want to be a collaborator, or just tune in and keep an eye open for the content. As I mentioned, we should be you should see a press release about it soon. Right now we're in a call for participation phase. So the draft charter has been circulated to a lot of technology organizations to see if they'd like to join the committee. Within about a week, we'll move on and you may see a press release. If you follow me on social media, I'll have my LinkedIn on the next slide. Just keep an eye open for updates, draft materials for the framework, the maturity scale, blog posts, things like that, to just kind of keep our head in the game. And of course, any new writing on CTEM from Gartner. Again, it's not a mutually exclusive thought process. Getting better on exposure management can take a lot of forms. So with that, I definitely appreciate your time and attention today. Really honored to speak with you. Any questions, thoughts, concerns, if you want to have a private dialogue, there's my email address and my LinkedIn. Again, I'll be publishing all the OEMF updates as they come on my LinkedIn. Otherwise, I'll end slideshow and I'll finally get to see some questions if we have any. Okay, we have a lot. So in presenter mode, I missed out on an awful lot of questions, so sorry.
Yep, sorry. So obviously it has to happen at least once anytime we're on the slides. I just talked for like 30 seconds on mute. You gotta love it. I was going to say thanks for the presentation. CTIM's a really relevant topic for me, so it was cool to listen to you talk about it for a while. A couple of the key questions you had was, would you say that the better cases of adoption surrounding CTIM align with a stronger risk management practice within an organization?
That's an awesome question. What I've tended to find is if you have a strong risk management program, your scoping phase becomes a lot easier. And scoping is really the critical starting place in CTEM. So by virtue of that, I would say organizations who already had functions defined in those risk programs, they could just inherit those. They're speaking the same language with those stakeholders, and they can breeze a bit through scoping and spend a lot of time quicker and easier on optimizing discovery, prioritization, validation, mobilization. So yes.
Awesome. Another one from Noah. Would you say that a new type of role or an evolution of an existing security role is necessary for an ideal successful CTIM strategy?
I think that depends a lot on the organization and the culture there. At some organizations where they're flatter, younger companies or orgs, I think you may see an emergence of a role like that. Some of the organizations that I've partnered with are large financial institutions or enterprises that it would take so long to recode jobs that whether it's CTEM or whether it's an open framework, those shouldn't be a barrier. Job titles and reporting lines shouldn't be a barrier. The collaboration, in theory, should be able to overcome that. It wouldn't surprise me if you saw a purpose-driven profession for this in a few years, because we see the technology of these domains converging. So having a polymath role for that convergence would make sense.
Awesome. Well, again, thank you for your time, Chris. It was awesome listening to you talk, and thanks for helping us make UniCon better.
Awesome. Thanks for having me.
Till next time. All right, so coming back up, we have Kevin Schwartz and Steve Carter back online for you for our last talk in this track today.
Hey, Trey.
So Steve,
Thank you
I'll let y'all take it away.
Sounds good. Hey, Steve, and thank you to Chris if he's still out there. That was a really fantastic talk. Always a pleasure to hear him talk about everything security, but particularly CTEM, and some great questions there too. Thank you, Steve, for joining us again. I think we have a little bit more time, so I can do the full Steve introduction this time, not the abbreviated one. Just as a note, please add Q&As in the comments here. It sounds like we might have a few not coming over from YouTube, so if you're on YouTube and you're submitting there and we don't get to it, apologies. We will be raffling off. Just as a note, we have a talk on another track that I might have to drop for at the end. So, we might end up picking the raffle winner at a later time and then reaching out to you. With all of that said, excited to introduce Steve Carter. This is the longer intro that you guys get from me. Steve is a co-founder and CEO of Nucleus, having spent nearly 2 decades in security, helping organizations to automate, accelerate, and optimize vulnerability management workflows. Prior to founding Nucleus Security, Steve was the founding partner of Rampant Technologies. I almost said Rampart, which is very not right. Providing security systems and software engineering services to the federal government. Steve holds a master's of computer science from Florida State University. In this session, Steve's going to be talking about how you can find your way through the noise to pick the right vulnerability intelligence, which I'm sure a few of you out there have experienced. So I will hand it over to Steve.
Well, thank you, Kevin, for that fantastic intro. I was going to say that they must have saved the best for last here, but following Chris Peltz, I don't know that I can say that with a straight face. So I'll do my best. All of that said. Hey, folks, thanks for being here today. As Kevin mentioned, I'm Steve Carter, and today I'm going to be talking about how to pick the right vulnerability intelligence for your organization. So let me start by sharing my slides here. I will try not to kill you with PowerPoint today, but I think I have 7 or 8 slides. Let's see. Just one moment. All right. Hopefully everyone can see that. Yep. Looks like that
We
popped
can.
up here. Fantastic. So yeah, so hopefully you all have heard of Nucleus Security. If you haven't, don't feel bad. But we're a unified vulnerability exposure management company. And I only mention that because I wanted to explain some backstory as to why I ended up choosing this topic in the first place. This is actually the first time I've done a talk on this topic, and so you'll have to bear with me. Could be a little rough, but the backstory here is that our customers at Nucleus rely on us to help them focus and prioritize the vulnerabilities that matter the most. We have an obligation to integrate the best intelligence available into our product in order to make that happen. And so going back a few years, we kind of started on this journey ourselves to make sense of the vulnerability intelligence space, and figure out ourselves how to evaluate and compare all the different vulnerability intelligence feeds and products and sources available, ranging from free to commercial and paid. And long story short, we ended up using a lot of free and open sources and feeds, but we also ended up partnering with some of the best vulnerability intelligence vendors that we could find and OEMing their information, their intel inside of our product so that our customers could get the value that they needed for triage and prioritization. And along this journey, we learned a lot. And so my goal here is really to share some of those learnings in the hopes that it can help someone else who has the responsibility or has the task to evaluate vulnerability intelligence options for their organization. And I don't have this in the presentation, but as part of this process, we at Nucleus created an RFI and a questionnaire to help us evaluate vulnerability intelligence vendors and products internally. We would share that with the vendor and get them to fill in all the responses and things like that. It's got probably 50 or 60 requirements and questions. If you're interested in that, feel free to contact me directly. I'll be happy to share, but it's not actually like part of this presentation. All right. So with all that, I expect that most of this slide is not news to this audience, but to get started, I want to spend just a minute to quickly level set on why vulnerability intelligence matters in the first place and why you should care. So for the fourth or fifth year in a row, the Google Mandiant Incident Response Team concluded that the exploitation of vulnerabilities is still the #1 intrusion vector or attack vector in breaches that they investigate. And if you scan across the other industry reports, the DIBR and others, you'll see that they're all now saying the same thing. When you dig into these reports, you'll find that the real problem here isn't with detecting vulnerabilities. Because in most breaches, the vuln was already known about. It showed up in a scan, in a pen test, in an ASM tool or something. And in many cases, it was discovered months, sometimes even over a year ago or a year prior to the breach. So the real problem was that the organization didn't respond to the vulnerability once it was identified, once it was discovered, with the right process and the right sense of urgency. And that's a lot easier said than done. It's really, really hard to do that in practice, particularly at enterprise scale. But we know that identifying vulnerabilities and exposures itself, again, not very difficult. There's hundreds of tools, scanning tools that will do that for you. There's a new one that comes out every day. It's really picking the needles from those haystacks and responding with the right process, with the right sense of urgency. That's the challenge. And that's really what vulnerability intelligence helps to solve. Not a silver bullet, but a very effective tool nonetheless. So moving on here. I want to dive into this what I call the vulnerability intelligence landscape for just a moment, just to also help set the stage. I like to categorize vulnerability intelligence into these 3 main buckets. So first, you've got free and open sources. Most people have heard about these. These are your foundational elements, usually the best place to start. You've got vulnerability databases like the NVD, like the open source vulnerability database, several others. You've got advisory databases like GitHub's Security Advisory Database, GHSA, exploit databases, and others. You've got known exploited vulnerability lists out there. You've got tools like EPSS that give you the probability of exploitation in the future. And so just think of all of this information as kind of your essential baselines. And as a starting point for most vulnerability and exposure management programs. The nice thing about all this is if you're using commercial vulnerability scanning tools, a lot of this stuff will be included along with the findings that they discover. It's really hard not to drop names of scanning vendors in this presentation, but that's what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to avoid any vendor name dropping. Okay, so eventually most organizations will find themselves needing to level up how they triage and prioritize vulnerabilities beyond what their scanning tools are telling them. And you might have analysts or a SOC team that wants a deeper level of understanding of new vulnerabilities and how they impact the organization even before scanning happens. You might just have a lot of scanning tools that are all kind of telling you a different story with different risk rating and things like that. And so you want a common language to speak across them. But generally where you start to level up is with what I call community-driven sources. And you might start looking at threat research blogs that break down different vulnerabilities and their exploits, social media chatter about vulnerabilities. You might start looking for POC and exploit code out there in GitHub repositories and Pastebin on exploit.db, things like that. And then in this bucket, I would also include intel that can be gathered from the dark web. So in particular, you could set up a Tor browser, start to monitor exploit marketplaces, maybe some of the forums and Telegram channels where you can see some of the collaboration in real time around exploit development. This type of information is generally very rich. It's also very current and can really help to keep a pulse on vulnerabilities and exploits as they develop. So it's really good for new vulnerabilities that are disclosed and to kind of watch them progress through that life cycle and figure out what's going to happen. That said, it's also typically very raw and unstructured. And in order to get real value from this information, you really have to invest a lot of time to collect it all, to analyze it all, and to process it all. And that leads me to the commercial sources. And that's really, I should say, these are the curated and proprietary feeds that you can buy from vendors, right? And it speaks for itself. But this is really where I wanted to focus today, because we're starting to see a lot more vendors starting to offer vulnerability intelligence products. And it can be really challenging to make an objective comparison between one vulnerability intelligence product or feed versus another. And it was hard 3 years ago when we kind of started down this process. It's still hard today. In fact, it's harder today. All that said, there are a couple things that will be true for almost every commercial vuln intel feed that you come across. The first is that they're going to aggregate a lot of free and community sources available. They're going to process it. They're going to analyze all that information. And typically they'll provide additional layers of insight on top of them, right? And also they'll typically make it much easier to integrate the information and the intel into your internal processes and tooling. Those are really the main reasons why you're going to want to look into and invest in a commercial intel feed. And so the first question you really have to ask, I think, is, how do you know when the right time is? How do you know when free and commercial sources isn't enough and you should start investing or consider investing in commercial feeds? And it turns out there are some common signs. Number one, if you've been breached as a result of a vulnerability being exploited, that could be a sign. This is more common than you might think, so don't feel bad if it's happened to you. If this is the case, there's a good chance that you're struggling to triage and prioritize vulnerabilities. It could be that your critical and high-risk vulnerabilities aren't remediated quickly enough, and you're breaching SLAs and SLOs every other day. And that could be because you have way too many criticals and highs in the first place, because what you've categorized as a critical or high risk actually isn't, which is also very common. Especially if you're just following CVSS scoring, right? We all know that that is far from perfect, but one of the big problems there is you're going to have way too many vulnerabilities to triage and prioritize. So some other signs: your analysts might be stretched thin. You might feel like you need to hire additional analysts to keep up. You might have questions about vulnerabilities from your leadership team, from your remediators, from vulnerability owners that you are unable to answer with confidence. Is our sector or our industry being targeted in this particular case of a particular vulnerability or exploit? Is there functional exploit code available? Is the exploit actively being exploited in the wild? Can it be observed? All these are questions that sometimes you can answer, sometimes you can't with free and open sources. But regardless, it's going to take some time and work to get there. You might have some challenges integrating Intel into your SIM or your SOAR, or even your patching and ticketing workflows. Or maybe you have just challenges reporting risk accurately, either for compliance purposes or for leadership or other reasons. These are some of the things to look for that might be an indicator that you should start to look at commercial vulnerability and threat intelligence. All right, so how are we doing on time? 15 minutes in, awesome. So now I want to shift gears for a minute and get into really the meat here and talk about what to look for in a vulnerability intelligence provider. And I want to say up front, this is by no means an exhaustive list. I mentioned earlier that we developed this RFI. That RFI is actually pretty close to exhaustive, if I recall. Happy to share it, get in touch with me, but here I want to keep things a little bit higher level. And so starting with completeness of coverage. This seems straightforward enough. Here I'm looking at whether the provider gives you coverage for the entire NVD or just a subset that they deem high risk. I prefer the entire NVD. And even beyond that, do they provide coverage from additional databases where the vulnerability might not have a CVE identifier at all, right? China and Japan have their own databases. The EU has its own database. Then, of course, there's GitHub's database, there's OSV and ZDI and lots of others. Some of this seems pretty basic here, but I will tell you that at Nucleus, we purchased a very expensive vulnerability intelligence feed from a big publicly traded company that everyone on this call has probably heard of. And come to find out, they only went back to, I believe it was 2016 or 2017 with their intelligence. Literally, there was no intelligence for vulnerabilities that were disclosed prior to that year. And we did not discover that in our POV. We just weren't looking back that far. We weren't looking back far enough. And that ended up being a problem. So while it seems pretty basic, it's definitely something you want to look out for. Also here, I'm looking for references to vendor advisories, to the threat research and other public sources. All right, actionable context. Here, I'm looking for the information beyond what the public sources can provide that can be used to make decisions operationally, right? Is there additional analysis that the vendor's providing beyond just the information you can gather publicly? Do they assess each vulnerability themselves and assign some kind of risk score or risk level? Do they provide detection rules that can be used in, let's say, IDS sensors or firewalls to look for exploitation attempts for vulnerabilities? Are they compiling lists of patches, links to those patches? Are they recommending alternative mitigations or compensating controls if you're unable to patch, which is very common? This is really where a lot of the gold is in these commercial intel feeds. This is the stuff that's not easy to find just out there for free on the internet. What's next here? Okay, so for depth, here I'm looking at to what extent they provide the deeper and more raw intelligence and raw information. So this is kind of the opposite of the actionable context in a way, but it can also be very useful. And what's nice is that provides a layer of transparency for that actionable context. So you might want to look for all the details about every threat actor or threat group that's known to exploit or weaponize a particular vulnerability. It's very powerful. Can be very powerful. You might want to understand their TTPs. You might want to understand which sectors and industries they target, or know about the specific campaigns that they're running and the malware that they're using in those campaigns, and how that's correlated to specific vulnerabilities. You might want to see a full list of exploits against a vulnerability and actually have links to where they're at, so you can download them and test them if you want. Some organizations do that to understand what level of maturity they're at and what the real risk is. And for this type of information, this is where the bulk of the information is generally. And one quick way that you can take a first pass at evaluating this is just to ask the vendor to give you everything they have about a specific well-known vulnerability. You can take something like Log4j that's years old, and then take some recent celebrity vulnerability and ask them to just tell you everything they know about those two vulnerabilities. And generally, they'll send back these big text files, JSON objects with all the data, and you can quickly assess the raw data to figure out what they have, what they're providing in their APIs. Is it the raw data? Is it that level of depth, or is it just a set of kind of synthesized fields? All right, early warning signals. This is actually some of the cooler and more sexier stuff. Here we're looking at the dark web in a lot of cases to pick up any signal that we can find that exploitation is imminent. And it's not just the dark web. Some of it can come from internet sources like social media chatter on X, on Mastodon, or just public hacker forums on the internet. But you'll find that some of the intel providers out there specialize pretty highly on intel that is collected only from the dark web. And that's really where their strong suit is. And this is where you could get into the possibility of really needing multiple commercial vulnerability intelligence feeds. So these types of companies are looking for information that you could glean from public and private forums and marketplaces, where you'll find exploit sellers and zero-day brokers. You've got public and private Telegram channels out there where hackers are collaborating about exploit development and vulns. You've got things like leak sites and leak forums that in those forums will describe the vulns that were used, the vulns that were exploited to compromise the systems that the data was stolen from. That's really valuable. And then there are other forums out there where hackers are just sharing information, sometimes discuss their techniques, which often involve vulnerability exploitation. And so if you know where to look on the dark web, you can pick up all this information, but there's some companies that specialize just in that. And it's all very interesting and rich information, can be very valuable. But all of this is also some of the hardest information in intel to make actionable. And that's in part because sometimes the signals aren't very clear. I think most organizations have a hard enough time keeping up with vulnerabilities they know are actively being exploited in the wild. And so in some cases, it's just a luxury to deal with, to be able to deal with all those and even focus on the ones that they think might be exploited soon based on dark web information, right? But that said, there's certainly a market for that. It's just generally some of the more mature organizations out there. Now, as we went through our own evaluations in Nucleus, some of the biggest differentiators between vendors were not actually around the coverage and the context around these things at all, right? Most of the vuln intel vendors we looked at actually had a whole lot in common in terms of the data, much more than we expected. There are some outliers, especially the ones that focused on the dark web intel. But where we started to notice the really big differences were in things relating to the quality and usability of these feeds. So, my opinion, this is at least as important as the data and the context. These are some of the most important things to consider when you're trying to choose a vendor in this space. So to start with, you want to look at user experience. Most people don't think of UI and UX when they think of vulnerability intelligence. I know I didn't at first. But for most organizations, it's going to be a very important factor. So the first question you have to ask is whether or not there is even a UI at all. Believe it or not, some vendors today, some really good vendors with great data, are API only, which is fine, but it's just something to be aware of. If they have a UI, assume they have a UI, you're going to want to dig into things like dashboards and reports and search query capabilities. That's a really big one. whether or not you can tag vulnerabilities, take notes, collaborate with your team and peers, whether or not you can customize risk ratings and threat scores and adjust threat scores, things like that. There's a whole lot to dig into just on the UX side. And when you're at the point where you need commercial threat intel, you're also probably at the point where you're going to want to automate a lot of your processes and workflows to get the outcomes that you're looking for. You might want to be automatically alerted when certain vulnerabilities match the criteria that you care about. And when they do, you might automatically want to create tasks and create issues and some of the systems that you use for ticketing, for example, and issue tracking. You might want to change the status of vulnerabilities to align with certain stages of your workflows or your analysis processes. You might want to automate a workflow that involves monitoring specific technologies or products. So you want to know if and how these vendors can support like some of these use cases, right? And let's see, moving on here, we've got timeliness. Okay, this one's pretty obvious. You want to be sure that the intel you're receiving is up to date, is the latest and greatest. So for example, a good question to ask is what's the latency from when a vulnerability is published, maybe in the MVD, and when it's available in the feed? That's a pretty basic question. If they can't answer that, that's a red flag, and it should be hours at the latest, ideally minutes. Then you want to understand how quickly changes will be picked up over time going forward. So this is a question about how frequently the data is refreshed, and they're going to have a different process for refreshing older vulnerabilities, most likely, than they are for newer vulnerabilities. But ideally, when a new vulnerability comes out and things can change drastically in a matter of days, hopefully their process accounts for that and can pick up those changes very quickly. Meanwhile, you've got vulnerabilities from 2002 that, generally speaking, aren't going to change much. Access and scale. So here you're going to be concerned about how, I guess it's really a question of reliability. Can you access the data in a reliable and performant way? And is the data provided in the format you need to support the use cases that you have, right? If it's not, you're not going to be able to get much value out of it. So good example here is you might need a bulk download option to seed certain databases, certain tools that you're going to want to integrate the data with, right? And it's kind of hit and miss with a lot of these vendors, whether or not they have that. For some, it's going to be kind of a process that you have to, basically script out to iterate through API calls to pull down everything. Much nicer when you can just make one call and download the entire data set. After the bulk download, you're going to want to know how you keep updated, how you stay updated with the changes, right? So is there a simple way, is there an API call to download the new intel or the intel that's changed in the last number of hours or days? You might need to make a really high number or a high rate of API calls to grab intel for specific CVE. So you're going to want to understand, do they have any API restrictions, right? A lot of folks use intel feeds like this for gates and CI/CD processes. So you might be making hundreds of calls per minute sometimes. And those API restrictions can really become problematic. So you might need a Stix taxi interface to support integrations. You might want the vendor to have an integration in a marketplace. We see a lot of threat intel vendors with integrations in SIM marketplaces and tip marketplaces and things like that. So that's all also very important. I think this is the last bullet here. Finally, you want to understand what kind of quality assurance, what kind of QA is built into the vendor's pipeline, right? They have a pipeline where they're collecting this data, analyzing this data, processing this data. And no threat or vuln intel feed is perfect, but you should ask for the details around those processes and any statistics that they might have on false positives or true positives or any other inaccuracies in their data that have been reported or that they're measuring. And and any verification, any validation processes that they have to ensure quality, you want to understand what those are to give you the assurance that you need, that you can make those operational decisions using their data and trust their data. All right, so where to begin? Let's say your organization's decided to make an investment in a commercial vulnerability intelligence feed. How do you get started with this process of evaluating vendors and determining which one you want to invest with and partner with? I won't spend too much time here because honestly, this process, it's not too different than it is for any other process to procure a new technology or a new product, right? A new software product. You start by defining requirements and objectives, and you want to do that by looking at and getting agreement on a few different things. First, what threats are most relevant and important to your organization? Is it supply chain threats? Is it nation state actors? Is it ransomware? Like, what's keeping the CISO up at night? What's keeping the security management leadership teams up at night? You want to get alignment there. You also want to get agreement one step deeper on just the general use cases. What are the top 3 use cases? Is it prioritization of patching? Is it guidance for remediation, compensating controls, alternative remediations? Is it SIM-SOAR integration? Like, what are the primary use cases? Then you want to look kind of inside and really get a good understanding of your own asset inventory, which technologies, which vendors, which products and libraries are in use, because some of these commercial Intel feeds are going to have much better support and coverage for certain asset classes than others. And I think OT is a really good example there. Some Intel vendors have very little in terms of intelligence around OT products. Some are very good at it. Again, you might need multiple feeds, but this is something you want to consider. Obviously, you're going to want to get agreement on budget up front. What we found with Vuln Intel is that pricing can vary widely from feed to feed. And pro tip, it's also typically highly negotiable. That said, you might be able to quickly eliminate many vendors that are cost prohibitive and save you and them a bunch of time. And let's see, next here, gathering candidate feeds. So you really want to narrow down that list of vendors. One thing to keep in mind, it's not always about finding the best feed, right? It's about finding the right mix. And what you'll find here is that on one end of the spectrum, there are massive companies, Palos of the world, CrowdStrikes of the world, Googles of the world. They have an offering here that's, in a lot of cases, integrated into their larger platforms. So it's not even necessarily for sale as a standalone product if you're not already a customer of the platform. That's kind of on one end of the spectrum. On the other end, you've got a lot of 1 and 2 person, 3 person companies that have a pretty solid vulnerability and threat intelligence offering. When you look across this space, you're going to find 20 or 30 vendors, probably pretty easily. There's actually significantly more than that, but are sometimes hard to find, not so obvious. And again, if you know anyone else that's been through a process like this and understands the space well, they can probably save you a lot of time and a lot of pain there. Obviously, these days, ChatGPT and Gemini or whatever you use will help quite a bit as well, too. Next, you want to get a trial or POV going. Please do not invest in a commercial threat or Vuln Intel feed without doing any kind of real proof of concept or trial. And you're going to need access for a reasonable amount of time to dig into the data, to really test out the APIs, to do some integration work and things like that. So think, 2 to 4 weeks, I would say, at a minimum. Generally, this is going to be a pretty substantial investment. So you want to make sure you're partnering with the right company. And a lot of Intel vendors will say, hey, we don't really do that, but we can give you sample data. Don't take that as an answer. I always insist on getting at a minimum API access, ideally kind of full UI access as well, if it's available, so that they can't just cherry pick information, right? Obviously, if you just get data samples, they're going to pick the very best data samples, but you want to really understand the product you're buying there. Again, this probably isn't news for anyone. And then you're going to do your evaluation based on whatever criteria you determined was your criteria. And that kind of speaks for itself. Just keep in mind that if you are using an RFI style template or questionnaire, And again, this is probably not news to anyone, but the vendors will be flexible, flexible in quotations there with their RFI responses, and just have a tendency to sometimes stretch the truth. So ask for and demand evidence anywhere you can. The more, the better. And then, of course, finally, at the end, you review everything and you pick the winner. All right. And then finally, just to recap everything here, vulnerability exploitation is the top initial attack vector in breaches, especially in the upper mid-market and in enterprises, which is why vulnerability intelligence is a tool that every company and security team of a certain size should be using. And I would say even smaller organizations, even a one-person security team should be using something. And there are a lot of free and open sources for that if you're just getting started. Over time, as your business grows, you're going to outgrow those. And when you do that, it's time to run a process to figure out which vendor to partner with, which one's the best fit for you in terms of an commercial intel provider, and hopefully you'll be better prepared when that happens. And if and when you do get there, if I can help in any way, please write my name down, contact me, and I'll be happy to help. So I think we have 5 or 10 minutes left now for questions. I have not been looking at the questions. I was just staring at these slides. So let me scroll back a little bit.
Steve, thank you. A couple questions for you.
Okay.
You talked about how organizations typically can only remediate 10% of vulnerabilities each month. If somebody taking this away, if somebody remembers just one thing from today, what should they focus on to make that 10% as impactful as possible?
Yeah, well, so here's the interesting thing. Like, we know that only 5% of vulnerabilities present any real risk at all. So there shouldn't be a need to mitigate 10% of all your vulnerabilities anyway. The big takeaway is that vulnerability intelligence, in my mind, is really the first go-to tool to use to narrow down that list of what can be millions of vulnerabilities in a lot of organizations to that 5% or less that truly matter. And like I said before, it's not a silver bullet. Vulnerability intelligence alone isn't the answer, but it is a big part of the solution. So if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. When you talk to teams that are relying only on free sources, for example, what is there a common, or what is the most common gap that you've heard of, that you've discovered?
Yeah, so the biggest gap I see for folks using the free sources is the inability to operationalize the information. In other words, there are some really, really great free sources. And the Kev list from CISA, it was a good example. It came out a few years ago, and that's a fantastic source of information. And it's only now just fully kind of operationalized, and that only happened because scanning vendors decided to start including the CISA Kev information in their output, right? Everyone had access to it years ago, but it's really difficult to integrate that data point into your enterprise, into your tooling. And so the biggest gap there is like, hey, I've got all this excellent data over here. If only I could find a way to integrate it into all these tools that my organization's using, that would be great. So they're just kind of left with, well, I guess I'll have to wait until my scanning vendors start including it in their tools, which is not the right answer.
Yeah. Thank you, Noah. Noah just said, great presentation. Appreciate it. Looks like that's majority of the questions that I see here. So thank you very much. As mentioned, we'll do a little raffle in a little bit, and we'll reach out to folks. Steve, anything else before we go?
No, like I said, I just want to invite everyone to reach out if there's anything that I can help them with on this topic, or anything vulnerability exposure management related, and just want to thank everybody for watching.
Great. Thank you so much.
All right. Thanks, everyone. Take care.
Thank you for your time, everybody. So this is starting to get close to time to wrap us up here with UniCon. At this point, we should start having the closing remarks and the final keynote happening over in the main track. Those can be found here. I'll throw it in chat for you guys. Hope you guys have been enjoying the event up to this point. Is there anything you guys have as last questions, concerns for what we've had going on today? If not, I will say you guys should go check out the closing remarks. Yep. Thanks. No, thanks for being so participating today. All right. So before we wrap it up, I have one more left for you. Matthias and Raphael are back to do one final demo and presentation for you guys. So here we are. Let me add them to the stage.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Trey. It's been a long day. Hopefully very very packed with insights and good demonstrations. I have Rafael Abreu with me. He's one of our experts in open source intelligence. He's not going to do your typical tech demo, but he's going to talk more about all these business contact management platforms like ZoomInfo and others that collect information and many times could be a source of exposure, right? Digital exposure. So without further ado, because there's not much time, Rafael, the floor is yours. You can try to share your screen, see if it works.
All right. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Matthias. Super excited to be here. So yeah, let me start sharing my screen and go ahead and start talking to you all. So let me see here. I can share my screen real quick. And can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yep, audio's all good.
All right, perfect. All right, so let's go ahead. And today I'm going to be talking to you about business contact management systems. And then I'm going to be talking a little bit about what they are, how they work, and how you can remove your information from them. So what I'm going to cover today is I'm going to talk about what are these websites, how they gather your information, why you should worry about them, how you can find your profiles, and also how to remove your information from them. So let's talk about what are these websites. I'm going to talk about the four main contact websites out there. The first one is ZoomInfo. I'm sure most of you have heard about ZoomInfo before, or even all of you. They are the biggest player in this market, and they have over 200 million business profiles. And then we have RocketReach. So RocketReach, they have over 450 million business profiles, and they even have personal emails included in there, which is a plus of RocketReach compared to these other websites. And then we have Contact Out, where they have over 200 million business profiles. And then the org, where they don't list specifically how many contacts they have, but it's around 10 million business profiles there. So now let's talk about how they gather your information in the first place. So there are three main ways. The first one is web scraping. So let's say if you have your contact information available on your LinkedIn page, those websites, they have bots that they crawl your LinkedIn page, and they're going to get your contact information from there. Same thing with company websites. So if you're the company that you work for, they have your contact information there. Those websites, they have crawling bots that are going to get that information from your company website too. And there's also some additional social media that they do scraping, but it's mostly LinkedIn, and then secondly, Twitter. And then there's also public records. So think of SEC filings. There's press releases and even patent applications. And then lastly, there's user contributions. So think of email signatures, business card scams, and also CRM data that is being shared. So I just wanted to say that like you have to be very careful with your CRM to make sure that it's not sharing data with any other partners or things like that. So then companies like the ones I just mentioned, they can buy all of that data. And then just wanted to highlight that most of this happens without your knowledge or consent. And then why you should care about that, right? So if you do have profiles in those websites, it's very likely that you get lots of sales calls, cold emails, LinkedIn messages, and you have like salespeople reaching out to you all the time. But there's also SMS and phishing attacks. So think of targeted scams that are people sending in your text messages, in your email inbox, trying to trick you into click on a link or wire there some money or buy gift cards or whatever the case might be. And then there's privacy invasions. So your contact information is literally being sold out there to anyone who's willing to pay. And then lastly, there's talent poaching. So recruiters or other companies, they can easily find your employees' contact information, and then they can reach out to them pretty easily. And then that was pretty much the slides that I had to cover with you today. After that, I have like how to find your profiles and how to remove your data, but I'm going to do that in a live demo with you all. So let me show my browser real quick. And then over here, let's say you're looking for your profile. I'll say like the first thing you do is put your name in quotation marks in your search engine. So in this case, I'm going to be using my colleague here at VanishID, Katie Hayes, because I noticed she does have a few profiles in those websites. So before I help her with removing them, I'm going to show you guys real quick. So I'm going to type her name real quick. And then the company they work for, also in quotation marks. So in this case, I'm going to say VanishID. And then I'm going to put site and then bracket. And let's say we're looking for her ZoomInfo profile in this case. So I'm going to do zoominfo.com. And then over here, we can see Katie's profile right here. So I'm going to click in the profile. And then if we see over here, they have her VanishID email, they have her phone number, her mobile phone. And then the way to remove that information, it's pretty simple. It's very straightforward. So I'm going to scroll all the way down over here in the page where it says, do not sell my personal information. So I'm just going to open that in a new tab. And then if you see over here where it says click the request removal link below, that's where the link that you want to click. And then it lands us to this opt-out page from ZoomInfo. So pretty much what we have to do at this point is enter the email. And I'll say the email has to match the email that they have in her profile in this example. So you'll have to be her VanishID email. And then you just enter your name, you enter your phone number, and then you're going to click in this button where it says get a code. And then pretty much what's going to happen is you're going to get a code, a 6-digit code in your email inbox. And all you have to do is copy that code and then paste into the next page that you're going to land after clicking that button. And then you just have to confirm and you're pretty much done. And then I can go ahead and show you guys the process for the org tool, which is very similar. So let's go back to the Google page over here. So it's the same thing. You want to put your names in quotation marks, the company you work for, and then the site. But in this case, we're not looking for the ZoomInfo profile anymore. Let's say we're looking for the org. So I'm just going to delete that, and I'm just going to replace ZoomInfo for the org. And then I see her profile over here. So if I click in her profile, so the process for the org is also very similar to ZoneInfo. The good thing about those contact websites is that all the opt-out process are very similar. They are straightforward, but you always have to have the email that matches what the email that they have on file for that person. That's why you can't have like someone doing that for you. But in this case, we see here Katie's profile in the org. Same thing as ZoneInfo. I'm going to scroll all the way down where I see here, do not sell my info. I'm going to open that in a new tab. And then over here, like they have like their privacy paragraphs here, but you see where it says here opt out. That's the link that I want to click. And then I just have to click continue. And for the org, you don't even have to give any additional information. It's just your work email. And then in that case, similar to ZoneInfo, all you have to do is put your work email there, click submit. You're going to get a code in your inbox. And then same thing, you're just going to copy and paste that code and then click submit, confirm, and you're pretty much done with that. And then that was all I had to cover with you all today. And now I'm open for some questions. And I just wanted to say that I'm going to make sure those slides are available to you all in case you want to do it yourself, or if you don't remember what I said, like you can also see the rest of the slides where it says how to find your profile and also step-by-step in how to remove your information.
Yeah, Trey, if you are here, well, thank you so much. I know there are no questions. Probably everyone is, or most people are attending the closing remarks on the other track. But this is good content. This is good information. It's recorded. We'll use it. And hopefully, if anyone was still lingering and checking this presentation, hopefully this is useful because it impacts every one of us. In our professional lives, all our information is out there. It can be used to target us, not just harass us, but with commercial and some soliciting, for service and things like that. But actually, it could be fuel for social engineering. If someone is determined to build a profile on you, this is a source and an important one. Thank you so much. Thank you, Trey, for the opportunity to share our wisdom with your audience.
Yep. Thank you guys for showing up and attending UniCon with us today. I know y'all are tackling a pretty heavy burden there when looking at personal security and identity security. So we appreciate what you guys are doing. For everybody else that's still hanging out, go ahead and check out the closing keynote and main track, and we will catch you guys next time. Thanks again, Rafael and Matthias.